It's so yummy. No. Hi. You could sit right in that chair. So yummy. So pretty. Hi. Oh, thank you. Wait, you sit down on this tall. Oh. I don't need her hurting my little feet. Hi. Oh, big sweat. You're being so lovely. Oh, did you get stuck? Oh, you silly girl. And a catnip in the butt. Oh, okay. Let me just cut this now because it's bleeding down. What are you doing? Winnie. Winnie. Stop it. He's so cute. No. I don't like Pokemon. Never got into it. He's so cute. Isn't that your mouth? That's okay, we just adore. What's on that shelf? Being very sweet right now. Did you follow me? I love her. It's so cute. Winnie, what you doing? You're sitting like a bunny. What did you do? Sometimes she tucks her feet under her, and then I say things like the words, "Where are your feet?" Because it looks like she has no feet. And it's very cute. She has whiskers coming out of her chin. Die in a hole, please. Hi. There's a boo-boo behind me. Winnie? I don't know where the cat is. Winnie! What are you doing? It's almost like we don't have eyeballs. Do we not have eyeballs? My what? That's, people are disgusting. People are actually fucking disgusting. First of all, I'm a B cup. That's not small. Second of all, I happen to not be wearing a bra at the moment. Sorry for your disgusting depictions of women. God forbid a woman doesn't wear a bra so she doesn't have bulging cleavage all the time. Yeah, no. Women don't naturally have cleavage, you misogynistic assholes. It's almost like this is the reason I disappear sometimes, if not one of the many. And yet, we continue to go on and on and on with this misogynistic crap. The hair touching me. Maybe because people said misogynistic crap, I need to focus for 2 fucking seconds. But apparently, I can't do that. Because then it's like, why aren't you talking? That's your whole job is talking. Maybe I don't want to be at work right now. No. No, let me guess. It's because my shorts are boxes? Or because I'm not wearing a dress, so I'm not ladylike? You sound a lot like a motherfucker that was in here a few months ago, being all like, "Thank God you're in a nightie now." It, this is this is what women should look like. I was in a fucking nightie, in a night dress. Please, fuck off. Keep your negative ass opinions about women and what they should dress like to yourself. Or I will chop off my tits in spite. I will do it. I will chop off my tits and stop working out and cut all of my hair off. That's not even implying anything. That's completely my own say about my internal thoughts. Look, it's a fucking tube top and some boxes. But yet, so many men seem to think they need to tell me how to dress, and that makes me want them to die. I'd be so much happier. still can't see that I'm back. You know, still blind as a fucking bat. But I'm fine, I guess. Getting more blind by the day, and it's very, very upsetting, but you know, it doesn't matter. Living blind is what I fucking know. if I seem oh so very upset, is because I was reminded once again I can't see shit. I can't see, and it's very very upsetting. And honestly, so bullshit because it's a genetic issue. It shouldn't be this bad. No one else is this bad. But I can't see 3 feet in fucking front of me. So, anyway, I'm very upset. I don't want to cry. You don't cry. And I hate people that are like, I can't see either. Like, I really can't see. No, I can't see. Hi, guys. No, I'm not babies. I wish there was a little thing I could keep, like, here. Like a tablet where I can look forward and it's all the words. Hi everyone. I don't have that. It's very annoying. I don't think I can change the size of chat. They need to do that. They need to make it so you can choose in between like 3 sizes of chat. Like that big and then to like that big. Like bigger words. They need to do something like that where it's like an update where you can flip a little switch and it's like enhanced words or like a little plus sign micro fucking glass thing. It's honestly, I'm probably not the only person that is blind who. Thank you. Who has this issue. And like, I haven't gotten tested to be like state blind issue. Just because I haven't gotten tested, my vision hasn't been tested in 3 years. Is it incredibly irresponsible? Is it really my fault? No. Okay, I went outside last night, and not last night. I went outside yesterday, and I tanned. And my pool, not even tanned. I just laid in the pool for like an hour, and I forgot. I don't know if you can tell on camera, but I am a different color from my shoulders to my tummy. I am a different color, and I forgot that I I simmer that easily. I am not burnt. I am just kind of, yeah, you can tell on camera with my stomach. I'm a little caramelized. I forgot that happens, and that can happen to me. Which my shoulders are also a little caramelized. They've faded in the last like week, but yeah, I forgot because I am not smart apparently. Let me go outside. And then, well, I'm going to forget I can tan as easily as I can. Well, that looks like you said. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done makeup in like 2 days-ish. I did some makeup yesterday, and that was for like one cute photo. Well, that's what I do every single day because, I don't have a degree in this. And I don't make the statement of, oh, you're just winging it because that implies I'm bad at it and stupid. I'm very pokey today. I'm very fucking mad. Then ugly men keep hitting on me on my fucking Snapchat, and I can see it happening. And frankly, I want it to stop so badly. I want it to stop. I posted one photo of me in a bikini, and now they're all like, oh my god. Men are truly the stupidest, most played like a fiddle little fucking creatures in the world. They are truly idiotic at their core. If I post a photo of me front facing, not even my ass, front facing. Keep in mind I have hip dips. I don't have a. I have a. If all I have to do is post a photo of me in a bikini, and a bunch of men are fucking feral. You guys are dumb. You are so fucking dumb. And are getting played like a fucking fiddle. Truly. And these are the things running our country. These stupid things that all you have to do is be like, me and my abs in your mirror, and they turn into drooling dumbasses, tripping on their own feet. And yet, they think they're better than me. I see them and I say, ew. They see me and they die. Stupid, stupid little creatures. The same things that say sexist things every single day. Men are fucking hell. Just take those girls that sit on live streams like half naked. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about other people. No, because you're a man. That was also an awful pickup line. Like, truly horrific. How dumb do you think women are? I hate that. Like, just admit you have no confidence and you are pathetic. not that hard. I'm like you. I'm a very simple guy. Men are happy I don't mention what you're trying to say because I have a feeling what you're trying to say is something along the lines of "Are you 18?" which sounds very pedophilic. And I'm just getting that from the minimum I know. I suggest you go turn yourself in. If Thank you. I got a Sammy. Hi. Oh yay, we're being nice to each other. Who's winning? Is she winning? Did I let her out? I'm very confused. I got a Sammy with bacon and turkey, which is the only Sammy that matters. No. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because I'm not a professional and I wing everything. If I were to do a tutorial for crochet, it would not go well. I did a kind of tutorial for my bag that's double lined, made of plastic bags. And you know something? I don't think I'm talking the entire time. It's like a 30-something minute video. It's like 300 something views. I don't think I'm talking the entire time. That's why I shouldn't make tutorials. I don't know. Let me check. September 7th, 2024, and it has like 300 views, and it's 25 minutes long, and I don't think I'm talking really the entire time. like we're having a view plummet. You're so cute. My cat's in here now, being her cutie patootie. If you have a problem with women having hair, specifically where we are supposed to grow hair, you like little girls. You like little girls and fucking blow up dolls. Shut the fuck up. No. Disgusting asses. Hi. The cat's like people are making my mama mad.
And to think we almost opted to watch TV. Pacifico, find your own way.
Boo boo, you're so cute. She typically, when I open the back door to come in the house, tries to like shimmy through, and then I have to like sidestep her with like my foot. But she didn't do that this time. She did so good. She stepped back from the door and she sat and she waited for me to come in the house. Then she licked my foot, but that typically happens because my foot tastes like dirt. Because I was outside. And it's so cute. And she did so good. And we should all be so proud of Boo Boo. It was very polite. Mm-hmm. People are very proud of you, Boo Boo. Very proud. We're also gonna get rain and like storms for the next few days. So it could be why she's so clingy to me. Like last night, I went to bed early, and we had sunshine, and it was like 10 UV yesterday, And I went and I laid in my pool and I actually got a little bronzy. But I came back in the house and I took a shower and I ate my dinner and then I was like, I'm gonna go to bed now. And I got my tea and my melatonin and I got the cat. And she came of her own accord to bed at 9, at not even 9, at like 8 something at night. She was like, I'm gonna sleep next to your foot because that's where I sleep. And she doesn't do that every night, especially not when like we get out of this routine of go to bed at 8, wake up at 4 a.m. Which I like that routine. I like that routine because typically I wake up at like 3:30, but I'm supposed to wake up at 4 a.m. So I get that time, that minute to myself. I don't get that otherwise, and then I get very mad. Like, I love Boo Boo with all of my heart, and my family's okay. And I guess the people I talk to are okay. But I need a minute. I need like a good solid 2 hours of my day where I'm not talking to other people, and that's why I can't have more than one kid. That's why I can't have more than one kid. Kids require a lot of sleep. If I have more than one of those, that means they won't be on the same sleep schedule their entire existence, which means they're going to need me all of the time. And if it's like my mother and us, somebody's always sick, somebody's always throwing up, or somebody's having a panic attack for no reason, thinking, I can't breathe and my throat's closing up, and obviously you can breathe. So then you're holding your mommy's hand as a grown adult, being like, I can't breathe. Waking up and she's not there, and you're like, where on earth is my mother? Anyway, these are all the reasons I can't have more than one child. Not doing it. Now, adoption over time, 3 maximum. And that's because I'm not getting children when they are babies, if I have the choice. I'm talking like newborns. I'm okay with the changing the diapers and they're drooling on themselves. It's fine. You have a baby around me. Oh, I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna just. Ugh. I will wipe their mouths with my clothing. I will literally like. I don't care about the poop and the drool and the bad sleeping and sleep regression and all that shit. I don't care. I care when they're newborns and they can't hold their own heads up because that scares me so bad. Even more so because you see photos of me when I was like 2 months because those are the oldest photos we have of me. And no joke, I'm not really holding my head up, but there's this big roll of fat under my neck that I then lost immediately and never got back. And I have a full head of hair and a giant cowlick in the back of my head. I'm talking like that tall off my head. And I'm so silly looking. And just, I was so stupid looking. And I look like that. I don't know how long. But my hair never fell out. That's the weird thing. If your baby is born with hair, it's like preebie hair. It falls out. Not with me. I was born with arm hair and back hair and leg hair. And like, I was visibly hairy. I was a visibly hairy baby. Imagine seeing a baby and being like, wow, that baby is hairy. That was me. And clearly, has not really changed. I have too much hair on my head as we speak. My neck is like this all the time because it hurts. Because I have too much hair. I digress. Just so much stuff is like, why would I give birth and then have a newborn. Okay, giving birth. I'm either giving birth or having a newborn. I'm not doing both. Mm-mm. No. Nope, 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 nope. Mm-mm. You're telling me that I'm basically gonna be in a diaper, but I also have to learn how to change diapers? No. No. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I refuse to. And I really don't like people that have like 7 biological children. What is wrong with you? Is my general thought. My cat's like, my mother is yelling. I think having more than one biological child is stupid. It's fucking stupid. I think it's so stupid. You want more children? Adopt. And these are the same people who are like, abortion is murder! Because you never use protection, you dumbass. I'm sorry. I mean, very hot-headed. The people that are like, abortion is murder, the Bible says so. No, it's not. It's a clump of cells. If you were to take that little chunk of fat, essentially the size of a quarter, and throw it out of your body, it would not live. It would not live. That's not a living, breathing thing. Where's the heartbeat? Point out the heartbeat. Do it. You won't find it. You know why? Because you are not a medical professional, which is your only reasoning for thinking it's abortion. That it's murder. It's basically the same thing as getting lipo. Let's be fucking honest. Why would you get lipo? You're suctioning fat out of your body. Okay. Does that not sound kind of similar to something else? Like, you're taking something unwanted out of your body that could be argued to be alive. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. No, it is a clump of fat. It's a clump of fat. It's not living. It's not even really real. Let's be honest. It is a clump of fat that if you did not know better, would think it's a cyst. Hi, boo-boo. She's like, I'm gonna shit in my chair. She's sitting in my chair. And it's the same people that say stupid ass crap, and now there's abortion laws everywhere, and people are dying. My stuff got blocked. Anyway. But yeah, it's literally, guys, let's be honest. It is maximum as big as the bottom of the spoolie. It is a clump of fat that happens to have your DNA. It does not matter. And you as a person should not be getting arguments with the government about, well, the population of living's going down. You need to have more kids. How about this? You want people to have more children or take care of more children? Force people that are dealing with infertility to go adopt. And stop spending thousands upon millions of dollars just so they can have a kid of their own. And stop the stigmatization of adopting children. It's fucking stupid. You want a kid, you can't have a kid. Go get one. Go get one. Celebrities should not be having to tell you adoption is a okay method and you should adopt children that need your help. If you wanted to take care and love a child that badly, you would adopt one. Just the whole infertility fucking industry pisses me off. I'm explaining that in reality, what people are calling murder is just a chunk of fat. And if we're talking about chunks of fat that are not wanted, those people should shut the fuck up, because I know for a fact a lot of them get lipo. When they suck out the fat from your body. You want to ban abortion? Okay, go ban lipo. You're so mad about a little chunk of cells that has your DNA and calling it murder just because that chunk of cells could be a functioning living human being. Keyword could be. They could be a murderer. They could be a dictator. They could be the reincarnation of Hitler. People should not care about other people's abortions. It's fucking stupid. I think a lot of people honestly feel that way. You can be anti-abortion for yourself. If you are like, oh, I could never put myself through an abortion, keep it to yourself. I don't even know how I got on this topic, but I'm happy I did. If you are so pissed that people get abortions, you know something? Nobody is forcibly knocking you up and saying, now you have to have an abortion. Nobody is doing that to you. Shut your fucking mouth. It's simple as that. If you truly think that's so disturbing and so absurd, go listen to any practicing doctor about what an abortion actually is like. It is not this grotesque thing where they are pulling a breathing baby out of their body and chopping the head off. It's not. It's not. I don't know why you people, and I'm using you people as in Republicans, have convinced yourself that 9 months people are getting abortions. No, that's murder. That's murder. Legally murder. That is the legal definition of murder. No, it's not. A chunk of cells that could not breathe or live on its own. It doesn't even have eyeballs. It doesn't have teeth. It doesn't have a mouth. Sometimes they die on their own in your body. For God's fucking sake, calm down. It's the same sense of it's like the same sense of when you get cysts and they grow like hair and teeth. And it's like this chunk of like hair and teeth and like an eyeball. It's the same thing, just one's in a uterus and one is not. I do. I'm gonna wrap up my little abortion talk of you should give a shit if you're getting an abortion, not someone else. So many of these people are grown men who have never changed a diaper, never given their children baths, will sit there and be like, I can't give my daughter a bath, it makes me uncomfortable. You don't get a say in what a woman is giving birth. You don't get a say. I generally am so frustrated with life at this moment. The amount of men I have met who have generally not really changed diapers, not really given their daughters baths, not really taking care of their children in the physical sense of like taking care of. I'm not talking like, oh, they don't have a job. I'm talking about physically taken care of. that have this opinion of women shouldn't have abortions because it's murder. But they're already not even doing 10% of the actual fucking work. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Your your opinion that you think matters, it doesn't. A fucking natural to fly mad. Someone is stomping around my house. Sound like people are stomping? No, it's my dad walking. The people that sit there and they don't really take care of their children physically should not have a fucking opinion about if that person should get an abortion or not. Like, shut the fuck up. The amount of times I have generally, been sitting there and just adore little baby face. And the dad is nowhere to be seen. Nowhere. The amount of times I've been sitting there with some baby's mother, just going, "Oh my goodness, you're such a cute little badootie. Oh my goodness, your face," and the dad is nowhere. The dad is nowhere. I'm also gonna wrap up a little statement I've made previously. Men can leave whenever they want. They are not legally required to take care of that baby or the mother. They are not legally required. But the mother gets shamed if she gets an abortion. But the men don't get shamed if they leave. Because that's okay. If you want America to start having more babies, you need to make it legally binding that if a father doesn't want a woman to get an abortion, but wants the woman to take care of the baby, and doesn't want to be in the life, you should make it legally required that he has to be. Because at the end of the day, it's men like that who make the fucking law. I'm sorry, but if a man purposely knocks me up, because that happens. That happens. They will do it on purpose. This has happened. And then proceed to throw a hissy fit because I got pregnant. It's almost like we all knew this was a possibility. If he purposely did that and then threw a hissy fit and then tried to do something like flee the state, but could not comprehend that I wanted to kill it. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna plead that he should go to jail. Okay, dude, you're not saying proper sentences. At the end of the day, it is men that bail out that are saying abortion is bad. Because you don't have to take care of it, you dumb fuck. So please take you and your prehistoric thinking and slam it in my door. Slam your face in my door. I don't care. Side note, I found out, I was thinking about something, is I say something off the handle sometimes to, protect my own safety. And I found out it's against the law. Apparently, it is illegal in America to have a pre-existing warning to someone who is threatening your life that if they come any further, they will die. It's apparently illegal. And I thought, that's fucking insane. And so then I looked it up in different warnings a lot. And it is a actual law under like the 2020 fucking amendment something blah blah blah. I'm not going to answer any of your questions if you don't say proper sentences. Anyway, apparently it is illegal to, let's say, a man's threatening my life. I kick him out. I give him the warning. If you come in here, you will die. That warning's apparently illegal. I'm not saying I've had to do this. I am saying it's a pretty foolproof way to get a jackass off your property. But apparently, it's illegal. And that's in my specific area as well, which we know the law in my specific area because I read it front to back to sideways all the way around. Because if I'm going to do something, I'm going to evade the fucking law. Not evade, that's a crime. I'm going to maneuver the law and do things that might be considered illegal if I didn't do them legally. Because fuck, the laws in my area are confusing and dumb. Confusing and dumb. But apparently that's a crime. You're not supposed to be able to do that. Give them the warning, not taking their life, not saying that you have full intent to. No, the warning of giving them the previous warning and saying if you do that, you will die. That is a crime, apparently. And I refuse to believe it is a crime. Okay, that doesn't happen, though. That doesn't happen. Sometimes people will terminate pregnancy if the baby is dead in the woman's body later on in pregnancy. But like 7 months, that's not happening because you know what that is? That is an actual baby that could live. People have been born that early and lived. I have met people who were born like that fucking early and lived. Or pretty damn close to it. It's not happening. This myth of like, oh, they're giving blah, blah, blah. It's not happening. And what these people are saying are abortions are life-saving care for the mother. It is not killing the child. The child is dead. The child is previously dead. I just hit my food. But yeah, that's not actually happening. Yeah. Because sometimes stuff like that will happen where the child like spontaneously pass in the stomach, or like the cord will wrap around its neck during like childbirth or something, or like an ongoing issue and the child's heartbeat falls flat. Stuff like that does happen. Fluid in the brain's another one why it might happen. There's a case going on in the South right now where a nurse is being kept alive. She's brain dead, but she's being kept alive because she was pregnant, and the child's brain has liquid in it. That child will be born by like cesarean section and be dead. The child will not live. So they are essentially bypassing, by law, this woman's wishes, her family's wishes, everyone involved's wishes, to keep a child who is going to be dead given birth. And that is like straight out of the fucking Handmaid's Tale, and that's happening in, I want to say, fucking Oklahoma? Maybe Tennessee. Maybe Tennessee, not that far from me, but like far enough that it's not like in my city. It's somewhere in the close south. But stuff like that is, that's the first case for that to be happening. But that's very much like giving, not even back in the day when like women would die during childbirth like every other time a woman gave birth. Like that's arguably in my head worse. Because you are using modern medicine that's supposed to be curing cancer and shit to keep some woman who had her wishes written down alive so you can make her body give birth to a dead baby. Like, whether you like abortion or not, or think it's like a viable thing, the fact of the matter is that woman is dead. She is brain dead. She would have been buried in the ground like months ago if the state wasn't keeping her alive with modern day medicine after being told repeatedly that the child's brain had fluid, which is fatal, by the way. And that child will be born dead. I don't even want to toy with the argument of the child might be born with a disability. That's not a good way of life. That is not a good way of life. Any person who's gone and taken care of people that have disabilities know that to live a life with a disability is incredibly difficult, and nobody should be wished with it ever. The state's stupid because the state's not doctors. The state didn't go to fucking medical school for 8 years. Even fucking vets would tell you, and vets are like 2-3 years or something like that, and are very well equipped. Even a vet would tell you, hey, it's not like a good idea to keep a human body alive with modern day medicine to give birth to a child that's either going to be dead or disabled. I'm not talking like, ooh, like the ground feels weird type of like sensory issue disabled. I am talking around the clock care that child's entire life. Like severe fucking disability. Which is not a good way of life for anybody. And frankly, it makes me sad. I am sorry if that hurts some people's feelings. I truly, that's part of my thing of like, the amount of guilt you would feel as a parent. Like, yes, that is still your child, you're still going to love them. That doesn't mean they're deprived of love. But the amount of guilt would be horrific. I would kill myself. The guilt would eat me alive so bad. I would not be okay. So yeah, the state once again is making decisions against everyone's wishes, and just proving truly how uneducated and hill folk they are. And I'm using the word hill folk because I don't want to say hillbilly. Fucking hell, a farmer would probably tell you, hey, this isn't a good idea. Anyone who's had to help an animal give birth would probably tell you, hey, this isn't a good idea. Any doctor, medical professional, dentist, hygienist, anyone that's went to school, hell, most tattoo artists that had to take classes in like the nursing field wise, these things like blood-borne diseases, would tell you this is not a good idea. And that you are causing, purposely, something horrific to a poor child. You are either creating the child's death or you are creating the child that will guarantee to be disabled. Both ways aren't okay. And the fact of the matter is, it is modern day medicine that should be working on things like cancer research and making animals live longer and making humans live to 100 on a regular basis. That's the type of research they should be doing. But they're not. Because they're more concerned about the fucking population. I'm sorry, but it's pretty clear in this day and age of America, you know, the land of the free, the land of, you know, great people, supposedly, the melting pot of the world, that the people in charge want more babies, specifically more white babies. It's clear as fucking day. Anybody can see it. And let's be honest, so many women are not giving birth to your babies out of pure fucking spite. Men can not have babies their whole life and they're seen as cool and sophisticated and cool and rich and great. But a woman does it and they should be killed. It's fucking bullshit. It is fucking bullshit. Also, something I was noticing recently, quite a few of our presidents didn't have kids. Our politicians, other people, like people in power quite often don't have children, and then these are the same people worried about the fucking population. And then we have the other side with people like Elon being like, I must give birth to as many children as possible when, you know, genius isn't genetic. And that's scientifically proven. He should know. And then he's also like, the sanctity of marriage. You never got married. I am mad because people were sexist. And then I went on a tirade about how men want to control women until the day we die. Any woman who's ever been in a relationship with a man will tell you that, well, let's be generous. 80% of the time, I was gonna say 90, but I knew men were gonna throw a hissy fit. Let's say about 80% of the time, they want to know everything going on, or they pretend like they don't give a shit. In a number of cases, quite often, are men just not caring and causing pregnancy. And then they complain and they do things like flee the state. You know, there's this whole phenomenon of when teen pregnancy happens, the boy will just leave the state. That's a phenomenon based off of fact. That is a real thing that will happen. No. at the end of the day, women don't want to have your kids. Women are tired of you. Women are frankly so incredibly exhausted of men across the entire globe. We don't want your babies. We don't want you to be bad dads. We don't want you in our lives. We are tired. Frankly enough, I don't even want sons. That is how tired I am of men. I don't even want the possibility of making a son. We are all very tired, and we would like you to shut the fuck up. And if you cannot listen with your big boy earrings for 2 fucking seconds and realize, wow, women actually have something to say, you are dead to us. You don't matter. We have stopped listening to you. We are tired. We are so tired. And no woman should ever be that tired. Ever. But you have caused it, and now you can live with the consequences of living by yourself forever, never being happy with a woman, never being able to please a woman. Like, you can live with the consequences that you caused. Especially in a place like America. Let's say it together, girls. We're done having your babies. We're done having your kids. We are tired. You can be mature and move on with the world, or you can shut the fuck up. We are tired. Really. So many men are complaining that they're not getting laid. It's almost like if you were a little nicer and wore a condom, you'd get laid. I have talked to one guy in the last 2 days because I dropped my long-term guy. And you know what he did? He threw a fucking hissy fit because I didn't answer the phone. Once. I have warned him repeatedly that he has very little time to be nice to me. And if he messes up too bad, he's gone. Like, gone. And frankly, I think a lot of us women should start doing that more often. Like, if you complain that I don't answer the phone for a fucking hour, or if you just decide to be, a dick, decide to text and drive, or just all these little things, use them as demerits. We are tired of you. We are tired. Clearly, you want to complain that I didn't answer the phone because you were texting and driving and I was at home. Oh, you're stupid as fuck. You are stupid as fuck. Shut the fuck up. Like, women, come on. We are so much prettier and so much better people, just like naturally. Why are we speaking to them? Why are we giving them the time of day? This seems very stupid. Like, incredibly stupid. Let's drain them of their money, use them for our gain, and then leave their asses. They've been doing that to us for millions upon millions of years. Let's flip the fucking switch. Frankly, I am tired, and I think a lot of women are as well. I think we should all just start living with exclusively women. No boyfriends, no fiancés. I think we should all just be adopting kids, don't have them. I think if you want a house, you should buy one with, like, your sister and your besties. And just live there and never talk to a man a day in your life. Like, why would we give them the time of day with us when they are jackasses and can't even really wash their fucking shit? Like, shut the fuck up. You know, the hottest thing a man can do is have good hygiene. And so many of you don't. It's still in prototype, and it's like very finicky still, and a lot of money. But yeah, because we carry, I guess, the male chromosome in our bone marrow, so they can take like your bone marrow and like a female egg and like do a little like hosting thing in like a petri dish. Which, like, would you rather do that, or I think it's also like it only produces women, which is fucking insane, and I kind of love. Coming from I'm not even a man hater. I'm just fucking tired of you people. I just want equal equality, and you're still not giving it to me. Oh my goodness! It's almost like if you just treated me like I was a man or a human being that doesn't have tits, I would be so much more happier. And just we're not doing that. But it's like a little petri dish situation. I think it's still like finicky, kind of like that whole like cloning of sheep thing, which I don't think we should be cloning things. That seems like a bad idea. But honestly, would you rather do that and spend like $1 billion, or like adopt a kid for like a few grand? I would choose adopt a kid. Hell, I don't care if you want a kid that looks like you at this point. Just adopt one. Get one out of the system. Teach it right from wrong. Teach it to be a good person. Ooh. Did you prime your eyelid? Because if you're doing something vibrant with like kind of like not great pigmented eyeshadow, it would be harder. Literally. Like, also, we're supposed to give birth like squatting, and we do it on our backs, and it like, what's wrong with you people? Anyway. But yeah, literally, women, come on. Raise kids with your best friends in the entire world. Straight or gay, I don't care. Like, come on. Let's do this. Like, who gives a fuck? What are the men gonna do? What are the men gonna do? I'm mad because she adopted a baby, but I don't want a baby. I just want her. Like, what are they gonna do? So, ow. I hit the fuck out of myself. Pride Month. Yay. Literally, like, women, come on. Come on. Like, literally. Like, exclusively live with women. Share makeup, share hair stuff. Like, it's so much less money. There's no judgment for if you look like shit. Hell, fucking start like roommate YouTube channels. Oh my god, that'd be so cute. Like bestie roommate channels. Where it's like individual like TikTok accounts, and then like you have your own YouTube channel. Oh, that'd be so cute. And then like y'all only have to work like half shifts. If like, okay, so let's try to figure this out mathematically. A woman makes cents on the dollar as a man. So if we have like three girls living together, and let's say like a 2 bedroom, like somebody can live in the living room, or like it can be doubled up somewhere. Fucking hell, lesbian relationships. Buy a house with another pair of lesbians. Come on. Like, and we can all only work like half shifts at like okay jobs. Everyone would have so much more free time. We could like do YouTube channels and shit on the side, and like have fun, and it'd be so cute and like so fun and girly and great. If somebody wants to go move in with like their future husband, we will hold a funeral. Like, come on, girls. Come on. Let's bring back like the old times when women's husbands would die and they'd become widows, and they'd like live together, and they'd be like questioned as lesbians. Ooh, fun. love gender fluidity. We love that over here. Oh my god, can you stop talking to me? Anyway. Literally, like, come on, girls. I'm so down to buy a house with, like, only girls. Like, I don't care. Girls only, I don't care. Really. Oh, you want to borrow that shirt? Go ahead. Oh, you need that sewn? Give it to me. Like, you need your extensions redone? I know how to do that. Come over here. We'll stitch them. Come on. Oh, you're too tired to wash your hair? Well, I'll wash my hair, and then I'll wash your hair, and come on. We can get cosmetologists in there. We can get a dental hygienist in there. Come on. We can get trade students. Like, nobody ever has to go to a salon or a dentist or anything, like a doctor or anybody ever again, because it's all women having badass fucking jobs. We're like, yeah, you still like less than a man, but you're so much happier. Like, you're so much happier. I'm so down for that. So down. Like, come on. Come on. Power to women. Fun. I encourage all my fans, find other fans of me and live together. Oh my god, that'd be so cute. How did you find your roommate? Well, we both watched this chick named Mifa, and we were like, oh, we so should do that. Because she was talking about, like, a woman's only society. That'd be fucking awesome. Literally. Fuck it, everyone can make a decision together. Do we want to adopt a baby? Do we want to adopt a baby? We all make the decision. Takes a village to raise a baby. Woohoo, baby! I need to go pee. I'll be back. He's like, what's happening out there? And my mom's mowing the lawn. No, you didn't. Baby.
Who's that? Oh, I'm not married. I just wear it when I'm working. Gives me a little protection with all the men.
Marlene Dietrich, born in 1901 in Berlin, was a cinematic chameleon whose allure transcended the silver screen. From her breakout role in Blue Angel in 1930, she captivated audiences with her androgynous charm and enigmatic presence. As her career flourished in Hollywood, Dietrich became synonymous with elegance, sophistication, and a relentless pursuit of perfection. In an era when cosmetic surgery was in its infancy, Dietrich took matters into her own hands to maintain her iconic image. She reportedly employed a rudimentary version of the Croydon facelift, using surgical tape to pull back her skin and create a taut, youthful appearance. This technique, though unconventional, was a testament to her commitment to her craft and public persona. Further enhancing her cheekbones, Dietrich allegedly had her molars removed. This painful procedure, if true, would have accentuated the hollows of her cheeks, contributing to the sharp, sculpted look that became her trademark. Such drastic measures highlight the lengths to which she went to preserve her image in the unforgiving world of Hollywood. Despite these rumored procedures, Dietrich's legacy is not solely defined by her physical appearance. Her performances in films like Shanghai Express, 1932, and Witness for the Prosecution, 1957, showcased her exceptional talent and versatility. Beyond acting, she was a humanitarian, entertaining Allied troops during World War II and receiving the U.S. Medal of Freedom for her efforts. In her later years, Dietrich became increasingly reclusive, retreating to her Paris apartment. During this period, she continued to influence fashion and beauty standards, albeit from the shadows. Her life and career serve as a poignant reminder of the pressures faced by public figures to maintain their image and the personal sacrifices made in the pursuit of perfection. Barbara Stanwyck, the unyielding star who defied Hollywood's beauty standards.
Well, the future looks very bright. Just as I was leaving the cemetery, Ed Simple made me a proposition. And last night, the manager of the Starring Garter Burlesque House offered me a job in the chorus to do a strip act.
Barbara Stanwyck, born Ruby Catherine Stevens on July 16, 1907, in Brooklyn, New York, was a towering figure in Hollywood's golden age. career spanned over 6 decades, encompassing Broadway, film, and television, where she became renowned for her strong, realistic screen presence and versatility. Despite her immense popularity and acclaim, Stanwyck's journey was marked by a steadfast refusal to conform to the industry's superficial beauty standards. Unlike many of her contemporaries, Stanwyck never resorted to plastic surgery to maintain her appearance. In an era when cosmetic enhancements were becoming increasingly common among Hollywood stars, her decision to age naturally was both rare and remarkable. This choice allowed her to retain a genuine, relatable quality that endeared her to audiences. However, this natural aging process did not shield her from the industry's pressures. As she transitioned into television in the 1960s, she continued to face scrutiny over her appearance. Despite the passage of time, Stanwyck's performances remained compelling, demonstrating that true talent transcends physical appearance. Lana Turner, the sweater girl who paid the price for perfection.
I'm hungry.
Me too. Come, take it.
Oh, look, there's a plate.
Lana Turner, born Julia Jean Turner on February 8, 1921, was one of Hollywood's most iconic actresses. Discovered at 16 while sipping a soda at a Hollywood drugstore, she quickly rose to fame with her platinum blonde hair and sultry screen presence. Her roles in films like Postman Always Rings Twice, 1946, and Imitation of Life, 1959, solidified her status as a leading lady in the golden age of Hollywood. As Turner aged, she became increasingly concerned with maintaining her youthful appearance. In her early 60s, she reportedly showed a photo of herself at 27 to plastic surgeon Dr. Richard Ellenberg and said, "This is what I want to look like." This desire to recapture her youthful look led her to undergo various cosmetic procedures, including facelifts and other enhancements. While these surgeries were common among Hollywood stars at the time, they also reflected the immense pressure placed on actresses to uphold a certain image. Turner's decision to undergo cosmetic procedures was not without its complications. Facelifts, while popular, carry risks such as hematomas, nerve injury, and infection. In some cases, if too much skin is removed or the procedure is not performed correctly, it can lead to a windswept appearance, which may not align with the patient's expectations. While specific details about Turner's surgeries are not publicly documented, the general risks associated with such procedures highlight the potential for unintended outcomes. Kim Novak, the Vertigo star's regretful journey with cosmetic surgery.
It's just because you're strange. Once he gets to know you.
Kim Novak, born Marilyn Polly Novak on February 13, 1933, rose to fame in the 1950s with her striking beauty and performances in films like Vertigo, 1958, and Pickle, 1955. As she aged, the pressures of Hollywood's beauty standards led her to undergo cosmetic procedures in an attempt to maintain her youthful appearance. In 2012, Novak opted for fat injections in her face, believing they were less invasive than traditional facelifts. She later admitted that this decision was a mistake, describing it as the stupidest thing she could have done. The procedure altered her appearance, leading to public scrutiny and criticism. Novak's appearance at the 2014 Academy Awards, where she presented an Oscar, drew widespread attention. Many viewers noticed her altered look, leading to negative comments on social media. In response, Novak wrote an open letter addressing the criticism, stating that she had taken a pill to relax before the event, which affected her behavior. She emphasized the importance of standing up to bullies and not letting their comments affect one's life. After stepping away from acting, Novak focused on her passion for painting and other artistic endeavors. She has since become an advocate for self-expression and personal growth, encouraging others to embrace their true selves and not be defined by external appearances. Ginger Rogers, the Kitty Foyle star who embraced natural beauty. Ginger Rogers, born Virginia Catherine McMahon on July 16, 1911, in Independence, Missouri, was a prominent figure in Hollywood's golden age. She gained fame through her partnership with Fred Astaire in a series of musical films during the 1930s and 1940s. Rogers won the Academy Award for Best Actress for her role in Kitty Foyle, 1940, and continued to have a successful career in film and television. Rogers was known for her commitment to maintaining her appearance through natural methods rather than relying on cosmetic surgery. She adhered to a beauty regimen that emphasized healthy living and natural products. For instance, she used witch hazel as a natural astringent to maintain her complexion. Additionally, Rogers disliked beauty salons and preferred to apply a thick night cream overnight, washing her face with oil-based soap in the morning. She also maintained a simple diet and played tennis at least twice a week to stay active. A devout Christian scientist, Rogers held beliefs that discouraged the use of medical interventions, including cosmetic surgery. She did not smoke or drink and refrained from undergoing cosmetic procedures, which were common among many mature actresses of the time. Her Christian Science beliefs led her to avoid surgeries, even in later years when she faced health challenges. Carol Lombard, the Brazilian star who redefined beauty. Carol Lombard, born Jane Alice Peters on October 6, 1908, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, was a prominent figure in Hollywood's golden age. Her early life was marked by personal challenges, including the loss of her father and a subsequent move to Los Angeles. At 12, she was discovered by director Alan Dwan while playing baseball. Film debut in Perfect Crime in 1921. She later signed with Fox Film Corporation, though her initial roles were minor. In 1927, in a severe car accident that left her with facial scars, Lombard underwent reconstructive surgery, which, despite its primitive nature, allowed her to continue her acting career. Lombard was known for her natural beauty and simple yet effective beauty regimen. She emphasized cleanliness, proper skin care, and a balanced lifestyle. Her beauty tips included using a combination of beige and flesh-toned powders, a tea rose shade of rouge, and a pale rose lipstick during the day. For evening, she preferred a darker powder, skipped cheek rouge, and opted for a heavier lipstick with carmine red. She also avoided mascara and eye pencil for daytime outings. In 1935, Lombard collaborated with Max Factor to share her beauty secrets, highlighting the importance of skincare and natural products. She recommended cleansing creams that melted into the skin and emphasized the benefits of sleep and hydration, suggesting that drinking at least 7 glasses of water daily acted as an internal bath. Lombard's career flourished in the 1930s, particularly in screwball comedies. She starred in films like 20th Century, 1934, My Man Godfrey, 1936, and Nothing Sacred, 1937, showcasing her comedic talent and earning her an Academy Award nomination. In 1931, she married actor William Coward. They divorced amicably in 1933. She later married Clark Gable in 1939, forming one of Hollywood's most beloved men. Tragically, Lombard's life was cut short at the age of 33. On January 16, 1942, she died in a plane crash while returning from a war-bombed tour. Her death deeply affected Gable, who later honored her memory by naming a Liberty ship after her. Jean Tierney, Hollywood's enigmatic beauty, and her complex relationship with cosmetic standards.
Well, what do you mean? We're old friends.
Jean Tierney was born on November 19, 1920, in Brooklyn, New York. A debutante and model, she quickly transitioned to Broadway and then Hollywood, where she signed a contract with 20th Century Fox in 1940. Her breakout role came in Otto Preminger's Laura, 1944, where she portrayed the titular character, a role that cemented her status as one of Hollywood's most iconic actresses. Tierney's beauty was often described as ethereal, with her striking green eyes and flawless complexion. However, maintaining this image came with its own set of challenges. In an era when beauty standards were rigid and often unattainable, actresses like Tierney were subjected to various cosmetic procedures and treatments. These included dangerous ultraviolet light treatments to remove freckles and painful electrolysis to remove hair in problem areas.
No.
Such procedures were common among Hollywood stars at the time, reflecting the industry's emphasis on appearance over health. Despite the pressures to conform to beauty standards, Tierney maintained a relatively simple beauty regimen. She emphasized the importance of a balanced diet, regular sleep, and avoiding excessive sun exposure to maintain her complexion. In interviews, she often spoke about the significance of rest and nutrition in preserving her beauty. Errol Flynn, Hollywood's swashbuckling star, and price of perfection.
Well, never mind. Desmond, you go upstairs and tell him your father's coming. All right, family got here.
All right, Daddy. I hope you're not running in front of him.
Born on June 20th, 1909, in Battery Point, Tasmania, Errol Leslie Thompson Flynn was an Australian-American actor who achieved worldwide fame during Hollywood's golden age. Known for his charismatic screen presence and swashbuckling roles, Flynn's career soared with films like Captain Blood, 1935, and The Adventures of Robin Hood, 1938. His dashing looks and adventurous spirit made him a beloved figure in cinema history. As Flynn's fame grew, so did the pressures to maintain his youthful appearance. During the 1930s and 1940s, Hollywood was rife with rumors about cosmetic procedures among its stars. While specific details about Flynn's involvement in such procedures are scarce, the era's emphasis on beauty standards often led actors to seek enhancements to preserve their looks. However, Flynn's personal life, marked by indulgence and excess, may have taken a toll on his appearance at the time.
Wow. Look, big words. Look.
By the mid-1950s, Flynn's once bloated face and gray hair. Despite these changes, he continued to land roles, often portraying roguish characters, which reflected his real-life persona. Clark Gable.
We're through playing with you, Minnie. You owe everybody here, Bill. Big bill. And we're gonna collect.
Clark Gable, often dubbed King of Hollywood, was renowned for his rugged charm and commanding screen presence. However, behind his iconic status lay a series of deliberate transformations that contributed to his cinematic growth. Before achieving stardom, Gable faced significant challenges in his appearance. He reportedly had protruding ears and a high-pitched voice, which were considered less than ideal for leading men at the time. Recognizing the need to conform to
Hi.
beauty standards, Gable underwent cosmetic procedures to enhance his features. In 1933, Gable had surgery to bring his ears closer to his head, addressing a feature that had been the subject of ridicule. Additionally, he suffered from a severe gum infection in 1933, leading to the removal of most of his teeth. These were replaced with dentures, which he wore throughout his career. This dental work contributed to his horrible breath, as described by many of Gable's co-stars. These alterations underscore the lengths to which Gable went to meet the industry's standards. While these changes contributed to his success, they also highlight the pressures faced by stars to maintain a certain image. Today, Gable's legacy serves as a reminder of the evolving nature of beauty standards in Hollywood.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine pain relief within 2 hours.
We're using 2 smaller brushes to add
We know
more
that some of
small
Hollywood's brightest
swirls.
stars from the golden
That's
age
because,
have been almost
I
completely
don't
forgotten
really
by
want
modern
this many big
audiences.
swirls
Despite their undeniable
packed
talent and
together.
groundbreaking careers, many of these actresses have slipped through the cracks of cinematic history. Here is a list of actresses you might have forgotten but never should have. And or
Well, I can't promise you these are positive, but for a certain outfit hangs in a certain closet.
Anne Borak was once poised to become one of Hollywood's brightest stars. Known for her striking beauty and intense, often dramatic performances, she was a leading lady who showed early signs of becoming a major force during the golden age of Hollywood. However, despite her immense talent and promising start, Borak's career was undermined by the restrictive studio system and her unwavering desire for artistic freedom. Borak's breakthrough came with the classic gangster film Scarface, 1932, directed by Howard Hawks. Her performance as the strong-willed and emotionally complex sister of Tony Galante, Paul Muni, showcased her dramatic range and screen presence. She followed that success with other notable performances, including Heat Lightning, 1934, and Housewife, 1934. While films like Massacre and Midnight Alibi were part of her filmography, they were not considered major highlights of her career. At the height of her early success, Borak found herself increasingly frustrated with the roles being offered to her. Under contract with Warner Bros., she she was frequently typecast and denied opportunities to show her full range as an actress. In 1936, she took legal action against the studio, challenging the terms of her contract. While she did not outright win the lawsuit, she negotiated a revised agreement, a rare move for actresses at the time. Nevertheless, the clash with Warner Bros. Had lasting consequences for her career momentum. Despite the challenges, Dvorak continued to act in films throughout the 1940s and into the 1950s, though in increasingly smaller roles. Contrary to some claims, she did not leave Hollywood at the peak of her career, nor did she completely abandon acting. Her transition away from leading roles was gradual, and like many of her contemporaries, she also pursued work in theater later in life. Although the studio system remained dominant through much of the 1940s, its decline in the late 40s and early 50s due to antitrust rulings and the growing influence of television. By the time Dvorak returned to film more sporadically, the industry landscape had changed, and her earlier fame had faded. While she never reached the household name status of some of her peers, performances like her unforgettable role in Scarface remained powerful testaments to her ability. Evelyn Venable.
You don't count much on my endurance. I intend to win her over.
Try it.
Underestimate my charm, Dr. Lewis.
Evelyn Venable may be one of the forgotten stars of Hollywood's golden age, but her career, though brief, was filled with promise. Best remembered as the voice of the Blue Fairy in Disney's Pinocchio, 1940, Venable brought grace, intelligence, and elegance to every role she played. While her time in the spotlight was relatively short, her contributions to both live-action cinema and animation deserve renewed appreciation. Venable began her screen career in the early 1930s, well after the silent era had ended. She made her film debut in 1933 and quickly signed a contract with Paramount Pictures. With her refined presence and classical beauty, she was well suited for roles portraying thoughtful and often idealistic young women. One of her earliest and most notable roles came in The Secret of the Blue Room, 1933, produced by Universal Pictures. Unlike many actresses at the time who had to transition from silent films to talkies, Venable started her career during the sound era and adapted effortlessly to the demands of voice-driven cinema. Her speaking voice, with its calm and lyrical tone, became one of her defining traits, most famously when she lent it to the character of the Blue Fairy in Pinocchio, 1940. Although Pinocchio was not a box office hit upon its
I heard
release,
someone cough.
it later
Wasn't my
became
mom.
one of
She's
Disney's
fine.
most beloved classics. Venable's ethereal
My
performance
eyes are
brought
glowing.
warmth and serenity to the character, leaving a lasting impression on generations of audiences. Despite the enduring popularity of Pinocchio, Venable's live-action film career had already begun to slow by the time of the film's release. She married in 1934, several years before voicing the Blue Fairy, and began prioritizing her family life early on. Venable chose to step back from Hollywood to support their life together. She officially retired from acting in 1943, making only a few film appearances after 1940. Unlike many actresses whose careers ended due to waning popularity or lack of roles, Venable's decision to leave the industry was personal and deliberate. It was shaped more by her values and private life than by any single event or performance. Her graceful exit from Hollywood reflected the same quiet dignity she often brought to the screen. Though Evelyn Venable never reached the celebrity heights of some of her contemporaries, her work remains significant. Her portrayal of the Blue Fairy alone has earned her a permanent place in film history. Jean Arthur.
You know I've been a very lonely wife. Twice.
Yes.
Now all at once I'm getting more attention than I ever had in my whole life.
Jean Arthur was one of the most beloved actresses of the 1930s and 1940s, known for her natural comedic timing, sharp wit, and unmistakable voice. While she may not be as widely celebrated today as contemporaries like Katharine Hepburn or Ginger Rogers, Arthur carved out a unique space for herself as one of Hollywood's greatest comedic talents, especially within the screwball comedy genre. Arthur's career began during the silent film era, but she rose to prominence in the early 1930s after signing with Columbia Pictures. Her breakthrough came with The Whole Town's Talking, 1935, a John Ford-directed comedy in which she starred alongside Edward G. Robinson. Robinson famously played a dual role in the film, and Arthur's chemistry with him helped establish her comic brilliance. Her star continued to rise through her collaborations with legendary director Frank Capra. In films like Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, 1936, You Can't Take It With You, 1938, and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, 1939, Arthur embodied strong, spirited women who challenged the idealistic male leads without ever losing their warmth or charm. Her performances struck a rare balance of vulnerability, intelligence, and humor, earning her a devoted fan base and critical acclaim. Arthur's voice was one of her most defining traits, husky yet lyrical, and instantly recognizable. She could play both the confident, independent career woman and the endearingly quirky romantic lead with equal finesse. Her work in The More the Merrier, 1943, remains a high point of Golden Age comedy, showcasing her impeccable timing and emotional depth. Arthur had a rare ability to ground even the most whimsical characters in real human emotion. Despite her success, Arthur was famously private and deeply uncomfortable with fame. The pressures of the studio system and public life wore on her, and by the early 1950s, she stepped away from film. However, contrary to some accounts, her retirement wasn't entirely final. She made a brief return to acting in the 1960s, most notably starring in The Jean Arthur Show in 1966, a short-lived television sitcom that offered fans a rare glimpse of her later life talent. Still, her body of work, particularly in the realm of screwball comedy, stands as a testament to her brilliance. Her performance in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington remains a touchstone of American film, and her screen presence continues to resonate with audiences. Merle Oberon.
But why? Won't you come in and have tea with us? We've been away from Egypt a whole year, you know, and my husband would love to see you again.
Merle Oberon was one of the most captivating and mysterious stars of Hollywood's golden age. Celebrated for her elegance and expressive performances, she enchanted audiences in romantic dramas like Wuthering Heights, 1939, where she played the passionate and doomed Catherine Earnshaw. But behind the glamour of her film career was a carefully guarded personal history shaped by the racial prejudices of her era. She was born in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. This fabricated birthplace was part of a larger effort to obscure her true heritage. In reality, her mother was of mixed Sinhalese, Sri Lankan, and Maori, indigenous New Zealand, descent. To hide her biracial identity in an era when Hollywood prized whiteness, Merle told the world that this woman, her biological mother, was merely a maid, and she presented her white English step-grandmother as her actual mother. The step-grandmother was often misreported as Irish, but records show she was of English descent. Rather than publicly acknowledge her Maori and Sinhalese roots, Oberon concealed them entirely, fearing that any admission would destroy her prospects in Hollywood. This wasn't mere vanity. It was survival in a system that would not have accepted a biracial woman as a leading lady. Her rise to fame began with the private life of Henry VIII, 1933, but it was The Dark Angel, 1935, that truly launched her career, earning her an Academy Award nomination for Best Actress. 4 years later, her performance in Wuthering Heights became her most iconic. As Catherine, she embodied romantic yearning and emotional turmoil with grace and depth, cementing her place in classic cinema. Oberon often found herself typecast in roles that emphasized her looks rather than her acting range. By the late 1940s and early 1950s, her appearances on screen began to diminish, though her personal life, including several high-profile marriages, remained in the public eye. Merle Oberon passed away in 1979, but her legacy continues to provoke fascination and debate. She was a gifted actress who lived under the burden of a fabricated identity, a choice born from necessity in a deeply prejudiced system. Her story is a powerful example of how race, beauty, and fame intersected in old Hollywood. Today, she stands as both a cautionary tale and a symbol of resilience. Though forced to hide who she was, her performances, especially in Wuthering Heights, remain timeless. And as film historians uncover the truth of her origins, Oberon's legacy only grows richer and more poignant, reminding us of the complex human stories behind the golden facade of Hollywood's studio era. Dorothy Lamour.
Might as well tell me.
Dorothy Lamour was one of Hollywood's most charming and glamorous actresses during the Golden Age, best known for her iconic sarong girl image, a persona that began with her breakthrough role in The Jungle Princess, 1936. With striking looks, a warm screen presence, and a flair for comedy, Lamour captivated audiences in both romantic adventures and laugh-out-loud comedies. Born in New Orleans, Louisiana, Lamour initially pursued a music career, even working as a big band singer. But her beauty and charisma quickly caught the attention of Hollywood studios, and she signed with Paramount Pictures in the mid-1930s. Her breakthrough came not in The Hurricane, 1937, as is often misreported, but in The Jungle Princess, 1936. It was this film that introduced her now iconic sarong and launched her as a star. From that moment on, the sarong girl image would define much of her early career. Though she was often cast in exotic adventure films where she played alluring tropical heroines, Lamour proved she had more range. While she was indeed typecast in these sultry roles, she balanced that image with smart and playful performances in comedies, most notably in the Road to series with Bob Hope and Bing Crosby. The first of these films, Road to Singapore, 1940, came at the height of her fame and was not a reinvention, but rather a continuation of her success. These films, including Road to Zanzibar, 1941, Road to Morocco, 1942, Road to Utopia, 1946, Road to Rio, 1947, and Road to Bali, 1952, allowed Lamour to display her impeccable comedic timing and gave her a broader appeal beyond the exotic archetype. As the popularity of the South Seas adventure genre declined in the late 1950s, Lamour gradually stepped away from film, shifting toward television and stage performances. Though she never earned the critical acclaim of some of her contemporaries, she remained a beloved figure, fondly remembered for her unique blend of glamour and humor. Dorothy Lamour's legacy lies not only in her sarong-clad image, but also in her contributions to the comedy genre and her undeniable charisma. She may not have been the most decorated actress of her time, but she was unforgettable, a golden age star who carved out her own space in a studio system that rarely gave women the chance to do so. Linda Christian.
Recognize him?
Me?
It helps in concentrating to have the image of the person to whom one's thoughts are directed.
Linda Christian, though not as celebrated as some of her contemporaries, remains an intriguing figure in the history of Hollywood's golden age. Born in Mexico, she rose to prominence in the 1940s, becoming one of the visible Latina actresses working in the American studio system. While she was not among the first Latin American stars in Hollywood, pioneers like Dolores Del Rio and Lupe Velez paved the way decades earlier. Christian contributed to the continuing visibility of Latin American performers in mainstream film. Christian began her acting career in the mid-1940s with her first major appearance in the musical comedy Up in Arms, 1944, alongside Danny Kaye. With her stunning beauty and graceful screen presence, she was frequently cast in exotic or romantic roles that leaned into her international appeal. One of her most recognized performances came in Tarzan and the Mermaids, 1948, where she starred opposite Lex Barker. While she didn't play Jan, her role as Mari, a coastal island woman, demonstrated her ability to hold attention in male-dominated adventure films. Christian's celebrity was also boosted by her high-profile marriage to actor Tyrone Power, one of the era's most iconic stars. Their marriage, which lasted from 1949 to 1956, was the subject of intense media attention and positioned Christian as a fixture in Hollywood's elite social circles. Even after their divorce, she remained in the public eye and continued working in films and guest starring in television through the 1960s, never fully retiring for domestic life, as is sometimes claimed. Anne Sheridan.
You never did come back down to that house. Came away?
Hello, Andy.
Oh, hello, Paris.
Ferris is going away.
Anne Sheridan, famously dubbed the Oomph Girl by Warner Bros. In a 1939 publicity campaign, was a dynamic and multifaceted actress whose career flourished during the 1930s and 1940s. While the nickname was more marketing stunt than organic praise, it helped launch Sheridan into the public spotlight. And behind the studio-crafted image was a genuinely talented performer with range, wit, and undeniable screen presence. began her career not at Warner Bros., but at Paramount Pictures in 1933 under her birth name, Clara Lou Sheridan. It wasn't until 1936 that she transitioned to Warner Bros., where she gradually gained attention for her beauty and charisma. Her early roles often typecast her as the good girl or glamorous companion, but her skill quickly outgrew those limitations. Her breakthrough came in the early 1940s with Torrid Zone, 1940, and especially King's Row, 1942, which established her as a true leading lady. Before that, she held supporting roles in notable films like Angels with Dirty Faces, 1938, and They Drive by Night, 1940, which showcased her ability to hold her opposite major star. Sheridan's mix of toughness, vulnerability, and biting humor made her one of the most watchable actresses of her era. In The Man Who Came to Dinner, 1942, Sheridan played a baggy-cut, smart, sharp-tongued secretary, once again displaying her knack for comedy and strong character. It was performances like this that showed Sheridan could bring genuine emotional nuance to roles that might have otherwise seemed secondary or one-dimensional. By the mid-1940s, Anne Sheridan was one of the top box office draws in Hollywood, regularly ranking among the most popular actresses of World War II. While her name may not loom as large today as peers like Bette Davis or Joan Crawford, Sheridan had a massive following in her prime, beloved for her relatable mix of glamour and grit. As film roles dwindled in the 1950s, Sheridan shifted to television. She notably starred in the sitcom Pistols and Petticoats, 1966, which was sadly cut short by her death in 1967. Far from merely making scattered guest appearances, she remained a working actress with a presence on both the big and small screens. Though time may have dimmed her spotlight, Anne Sheridan's legacy endures. Her performances continue to captivate, with a balance of strength and smart humor that was uniquely hers. For fans of classic cinema, she remains a quintessential figure of the Golden Age, a star who combines studio polish with genuine talent and heart. Ida Lupino.
He had $50. I told him I thought it was a pretty good tip. He said he could afford it because he had a good day at the track.
Ida Lupino was one of the most groundbreaking figures of Hollywood's Golden Age, not just as an actress, but as a pioneering female director who defied the odds in a male-dominated industry. With a career marked by bold choices and a deep commitment to storytelling, Lupino left an indelible mark on both sides of the camera. Born in London in 1918, Lupino began acting in 1931 at the age of 13, but her Hollywood breakthrough came in 1939 with The Light That Failed. Her early career quickly showcased her versatility and intensity. Known for portraying strong, independent women at a time when passive female roles were the norm, Lupino stood out with commanding performances in films like The Light That Failed, 1939, and High Sierra, 1941, where she starred opposite.
She was looking for that last
Her
night.
screen presence was defined by a mix of emotional depth and fierce intelligence. Lupino's most groundbreaking work, however, came behind the camera. In 1949, when the director of Not Wanted fell ill, Lupino stepped in to complete the project.
Huh?
Although she directed
No, I
most
have
of the
not,
film,
and
she
do not
received
want to.
no
I don't want
directorial
to.
credit due to the Directors Guild rules. This uncredited effort marked the beginning of her transition
I don't
into
care
directing,
for
a
Marvel
space
very
where few
much.
women had been allowed to operate, especially in the 1950s. While not one of the first female directors in Hollywood, trailblazers like Lois Weber and Dorothy Arzner came decades before. Lupino was the only woman directing feature films in Hollywood during the 1950s. She co-founded The Filmmakers in 1949 with her then-husband, Collier Young, producing a series of socially conscious, low-budget films that tackled controversial topics such as unwed motherhood, rape, bigamy, and disability. One standout project was The Bigamist, 1953, a bold exploration of marital duplicity that Lupino also starred in. Her directorial work wasn't limited to film. In the late 1950s and 1960s, she transitioned into television directing, where she made significant contributions to movies like The Twilight Zone, Have Gun, Will Travel, and even comedies like Gilligan's Island. These ventures further cemented her legacy as a trailblazer behind the scenes, expanding the space for women in Hollywood's creative leadership.
What?
While Lupino didn't always receive the widespread acclaim her directing deserved, her contributions remain essential to the evolution of women in the film industry. Ida Lupino was was a woman ahead of her time, using grit, intelligence, and creative fearlessness to carve out a place in Hollywood history. Today, her influence continues to be felt, not just in the roles she played, but in the doors she helped open. Vera Ellen.
Well, I was looking forward to seeing your brain.
Well, don't worry about it.
Vera Ellen was one of the most dazzling and technically gifted dancers of Hollywood's golden age, remembered for her radiant presence and remarkable footwork in a string of beloved musicals from the 1940s and 1950s. Though her name isn't as universally recognized today as some of her co-stars, her impact on the movie musical genre remains profound. Born in 1921, Vera Ellen began her career as a dancer,
Hello.
training rigorously before transitioning to film. Her big screen debut came in 1941 with The Great American Broadcast. It wasn't long before she gained attention for her astonishing dance skills, and her breakout role in Wonder Man, 1945, alongside Danny Kaye, marked the beginning of her rise in Hollywood. Over the years, she would perform with some of the era's most iconic leading men, including Gene Kelly, Fred Astaire, and Donald O'Connor. Perhaps her most celebrated film role was in the 1954 holiday classic White Christmas. Vera Ellen starred as Judy Haynes, a vivacious performer who pairs romantically with Danny Kaye's character, while Bing Crosby's character is matched with Rosemary Clooney. Her spirited dance routines and polished execution added a layer of elegance and energy to the film, making her a standout in the cast. Contrary to some portrayals, Judy Haynes was not a former dancer, but an active stage performer, and Vera Ellen's role was defined by glamour and high-octane choreography, not the girl-next-door archetype. Although she had performed in the stage version of On the Town in 1944, she did not appear in the 1949 film adaptation, a common misconception that has persisted over time. Vera Ellen's performances were characterized by a rare combination of technical brilliance and expressive emotion. Her routines weren't just showcases of physical skill, they were vivid storytelling pieces that elevated the art of dance and cinema. She was often
Since forever, we've hated Mondays. I'm very. But it doesn't have to be like this. Introducing Monday Hair Care. Our modern, award-winning formulas. Smooth, hydrate, and protect against whatever life throws at you. No more bad Mondays.
I'm okay, I guess.
Monday Hair Care.
Wayfarers, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not patio, it's patio. Oh, I love this chair.
Fantastic.
Wow, you nailed it!
No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
is considered. She was often cast in glamorous, vivacious roles, where her beauty and dance ability were front and center. Despite her immense talent, the decline of musical films in the late 1950s, along with her desire for privacy and ongoing battle with anorexia, contributed to her decision to step away from the spotlight. She retired from films in 1957 after her final feature, Let's Be Happy. She brought grace, precision, and heart to every performance, and her work continues to inspire dancers and film enthusiasts around the world. In the golden age of musicals, few could match her flair or her footwork. Loretta Young. Loretta Young was one of the most glamorous and poised actresses of Hollywood's golden age, celebrated for her ethereal beauty, refined screen presence, and graceful performances in dramas, comedies, and romances. While her career did not revolve around musicals, she left an indelible mark on Hollywood through her wide-ranging dramatic and romantic roles, both on the big screen and television. Born in 1913, Young began her film career as a child in the silent era and quickly rose to prominence in the early 1930s. Films like Platinum Blonde, 1931, and Zoo in Budapest, 1933, established her as a leading lady well before The Call of the Wild, 1935, which, while significant due to her co-starring role alongside Clark Gable, was not her breakthrough. By that time, Young had already cemented her reputation as one of Hollywood's most sought-after stars. Her most iconic role came in 1947 with the Farmer's Daughter, a charming comedy drama that earned her the Academy Award for Best Actress. The performance showcased her unique blend of elegance, warmth, and comedic timing. Throughout the 1940s, she appeared in a string of successful films, including Come to the Stable, 1949, which earned her another Oscar nomination, and The Perfect Marriage, 1947. Though she appeared in The Keys of the Kingdom, 1944, the film was not a major hit and is considered less central to her lasting legacy. In the 1950s, Young made a seamless transition to television, hosting and starring in her anthology program, The Loretta Young Show. The show was a critical success, and Young won 3 Primetime Emmy Awards for Best
I got
Actress
a new
in
step
Single
stool.
Performance,
Ow.
1954, 1956, 1959. Her elegant
Penny's
entrances
still
and
asleep.
glamorous
Thank God.
character became a hallmark
If she
of the show.
sees this, she's gonna be like,
However,
what in
her
the
TV
hell is
prominence was
wrong?
largely confined to that decade.
Yes?
She retired from acting in 1963 and did
Okay,
not
try not
maintain
to wake up Boo Boo.
significant
My
public
mother is
visibility
here to show me.
Though her public image was that of a virtuous and refined actress, her personal
And
life
Boo Boo is
was a
awake.
long-held secret. During the
Is
film
it,
It's really easy. I just gotta
Young had a
remember.
brief affair with Clark Gable,
Okay.
which led to the birth of her daughter,
figure it
Judy
out.
Brooks. Young kept the pregnancy and child a secret, even from
Okay.
Brooks, until long
Boo
after
Boo,
her
you're
retirement.
okay. She had to come
The
show me.
revelation didn't become public until
How
the
to
1990s,
open this.
decades
Apparently
after
I'm
her career,
stupid.
and had no direct impact on her career at the time. Though she stayed away from musicals, her body of work in film and television helped shape the roles available to women in Hollywood, particularly those centered around grace, strength, and quiet resilience.
Hey, this is quite a bit
True
tall.
icon of her era, she remains
I'm
a shining
still gonna need the
example
ladder
of
for up
golden
there,
age
but that
glamour and
is a
professionalism.
future issue.
Claire Trevor,
With a new
Yay!
film,
I'm too tall. I'm too high up. I don't
and the dog.
super like
Claire
that.
Trevor was one of the most versatile and emotionally powerful actresses of Hollywood's golden age.
Hey
Her
everyone.
ability to inhabit both sympathetic heroines
How are
and
we?
morally ambiguous figures, Trevor built a career defined by depth, grit, and authenticity. Though often associated with film noir and crime dramas, her talent extended across genres, earning her a place among the era's most respected performers. Born in 1907, Trevor began her film career in the early 1930s with credited roles in movies such as Life in the Raw, 1933. Her breakthrough came with standout performances in Dante's Inferno and Springtime, both released in 1935. These films highlighted her unique screen presence and marked the beginning of a string of compelling roles that made her a fixture
I
in
don't
Hollywood.
like height.
Throughout the 1940s, Trevor became a sought-after actress, appearing in dozens of films that demonstrated her versatility. One of her most acclaimed performances came
I
in Key
don't
Largo,
like this very
1948,
much.
where she starred opposite Humphrey Bogart. Her portrayal of a washed-up nightclub singer trapped in a web of danger and personal demons earned her an
I'll
Academy
get used
Award
to it.
nomination for Best
It's
Supporting
the nerve thing.
It was a haunting, vulnerable performance that showcased her ability to imbue even hardened characters with humanity and emotional weight. Trevor reached the pinnacle of critical acclaim when she won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress for her role in The High and the Mighty in 1954. Her performance as a broken, emotionally fragile woman aboard a doomed flight was both poignant and unforgettable. This Oscar victory came before her prominent work in television, which gained momentum in the late 1950s and continued into the 1960s. Her transition to television was seamless and met with respect from audiences and critics alike. In 1957, she won a Primetime Emmy Award for her performance in Producer's Showcase, Godspeed, confirming that her talents extended far beyond the silver screen. Her success in both media placed her among the rare performers who achieved acclaim across film and television during the mid-20th century. Though she may not be as widely remembered today as some of her contemporaries, Claire Trevor's contributions to Hollywood were profound. Her mastery of emotionally complex roles, her commanding screen presence, and her fearless portrayal of flawed, often tragic women left an enduring legacy. Whether in a smoky noir or a high-stakes drama, she brought truth and intensity to every performance, making her a true icon of the golden age. Marie Windsor.
You don't know me. Well, take a look.
Marie Windsor was one of the most skilled and memorable character actresses of Hollywood's golden age. versatility and strong performances, despite often being cast in supporting roles. Her career spanned over 4 decades, from the early 1940s to the 1970s, and though she didn't always play the lead, her contributions left a lasting impact on every film she graced. Windsor's ability to portray a wide range of characters made her a valuable presence across various genres, from crime thrillers to comedies. Born in 1919, Windsor began her acting career in the early 1940s. Her striking beauty and natural ability to slip into various roles helped her gradually rise to prominence. While she often portrayed glamorous women or tough, streetwise characters, Windsor's skill at bringing depth and nuance to her roles quickly earned her a reputation as a talented and dependable actress. Her breakout role came in Force of Evil, 1948, a film noir, 7 years after her debut in 1941, marking the start of her gradual rise as a character actress in Hollywood. Windsor became particularly well known for her work in crime films and film noirs, where she frequently played scheming or morally complex women. One of her most iconic roles came in The Killing, 1956, a Stanley Kubrick-directed film, where she portrayed the manipulative girlfriend of a criminal involved in a heist. This performance was frequently cited as one of her best and cemented her status as a top-tier character actress. Though she was often cast in villainous or tough roles, Windsor's range was far broader. She could also shine in comedic roles or portray more sympathetic characters, showcasing her incredible versatility. Windsor's career was not confined to one genre. She worked across westerns, comedies, and dramas, maintaining a steady presence in Hollywood throughout the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s. As her career progressed, Windsor continued to appear in both television and film, often remembered for her contributions to the film noir genre. Even in her later years, her performances remained strong, and she continued to add depth and complexity to her characters. She was never just a background player, consistently bringing a unique intensity and charisma to every role, whether playing a femme fatale or a more sympathetic character. Though she may not have always received the recognition of her leading lady counterparts, her influence and importance in Hollywood's golden age are undeniable. She may have been typecast at times, but her ability to infuse every role with something special and unforgettable has left a lasting mark on cinema. Even into the 1970s, she remained a reliable and respected presence in film and TV, appearing in films like Support Your Local Gunfighter, 1971, and TV shows like The Bionic Woman, 1976. Dorothy Dandridge.
It would give you a chance to help your kid sister, really. Yeah, be nice to do something for her.
Dorothy Dandridge, one of Hollywood's first African-American actresses to achieve widespread recognition, remains an iconic figure in film history. Dandridge broke racial barriers at a time when segregation was still prevalent in Hollywood, and her talent, youth, and perseverance made her one of the most important figures in the entertainment industry. Born in 1922, Dandridge's early years were marked by struggles with poverty and racism. Her rise to fame came after years of hard work and persistence. In the 1950s, she became the first African-American woman to be nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress for her role in the film Carmen Jones, 1954, a musical adaptation of the opera. Her performance in this film was groundbreaking, as it showcased her incredible singing and acting talents and allowed her to break out of the stereotypical roles often given to black actresses at the time. Despite the critical success of Carmen Jones, Dandridge faced tremendous challenges throughout her career. Hollywood was still rife with racism, and while Dandridge achieved a level of fame that few others of her race could match, she was often relegated to roles that did not reflect her true abilities. The struggle for equality in the entertainment industry was something Dandridge would contend with throughout her career, but she continued to fight against the barriers that sought to limit her. Sadly, Dandridge's career declined after the success of Carmen Jones, and she faced personal and financial struggles in her later years. However, her legacy as a trailblazer for African-American actresses cannot be overstated. Dorothy Dandridge's contributions to the film industry helped pave the way for future generations of black actresses, and her impact on cinema continues to be felt today. Her story reminds us that the power of cinema lies not just in the glitz and glamour, but in the determination, strength, and artistry of those who perform on screen. Though her career slowed after Carmen Jones, she continued to appear in films like Island in the Sun, 1957, and Porgy and Bess, 1959, though these roles were often limited by the systemic racism of the time. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you enjoyed this deep
I'll be
dive
back.
into
I gotta
forgotten
pee,
stars
and
of
then
the
we'll
golden age
continue
of
on the
Hollywood.
wall.
Until next time, keep the magic of old cinema alive.
A gentle formula, a happy tummy. A happy tummy is a happy family. Learn more.
You ever wondered how far Hollywood would go to sell the illusion of childhood innocence? Behind the glamour of the golden age lies a haunting truth. Fame came at a devastating price for many of its youngest stars. From addiction, betrayal, to tragic deaths, these stories reveal the brutal cost of growing up in the spotlight. Join us as we uncover 13 of the most heartbreaking tragedies of golden age child stars. Judy Garland.
And they've been engaged for over 2 years, and it's very, I'm just terribly happy, terribly proud. Did you cry?
Judy Garland is perhaps the most iconic and heartbreaking symbol of how the golden age of Hollywood chewed up and spat out its brightest young stars. Best known for her unforgettable role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, 1939, Garland was just 16 when she skipped down the yellow brick road. But even before that, her life had already been manipulated by the powerful hands of MGM Studios. Born Frances Ethel Dunn in 1922, Judy showed talent early, performing with her sisters in vaudeville acts. MGM quickly signed her at age 13, but while she had a powerhouse voice, she didn't fit the mold of a typical starlet. Studio heads deemed her too chubby and not pretty enough, cruelly nicknaming her the Ugly Duckling. This led to one of the most damaging decisions in her life. MGM executives began giving Judy amphetamines to keep her thin and energetic, followed by sleeping pills to knock her out at night. This drug routine started when she was still a child, and it continued for the rest of her life. Judy was overworked, underfed, and emotionally isolated. The rigorous schedules she endured as a teenager would be considered inhumane today. She made more than a dozen films before she turned 20, all while being closely controlled by the studio. Her weight, her appearance, even her relationships were micromanaged. At one point, her only real friend was fellow child actor Mickey Rooney, who later revealed how little support either of them had behind the scenes. Her dependency on prescription drugs and alcohol worsened in adulthood. By the early 1940s, she suffered nervous breakdowns, and the studio briefly suspended her. Her personal life was no less chaotic. She married 5 times, had intense battles over custody and finances, and attempted self-harm multiple times. Though she gave birth to beloved actress Liza Minnelli, Garland's motherhood was marred by instability, caused in part by her worsening mental health. Garland remained a powerhouse performer. Her comeback film, A Star is Born, 1954, earned her an Oscar nomination and reaffirmed her legendary status. Yet behind the curtain, she was deeply fragile. Financial struggles haunted her in later years. She was often broke, having been exploited by studios, agents, and husbands alike. In 1969, at just 47 years old, Judy Garland was found dead in the bathroom of her London home from a barbiturate overdose. Her death was ruled accidental, but friends and fans saw it as the final act in a life full of pain. She had spent decades seeking approval and peace, only to be constantly met with pressure, pills, and heartbreak. Bobby Driscoll.
But I want to thank everybody who had to do with the gangs war. I want to thank God for it.
Bobby Driscoll was once the golden boy of Walt Disney Studios, an innocent face, an effortless charm, and a natural talent that made him a household name. But behind the fantasy and fame, Bobby's life unraveled into one of the most heart-wrenching tragedies in the history of child starring. Born in 1937, Bobby began acting at age 5 and quickly caught the attention of major studios. He became Disney's first contracted child star, headlining classics like Song of the South, 1946, So Dear to My Heart, 1948, and the live-action animated hybrid Treasure Island, 1950. His most iconic role, however, was as the voice and live-action model for Peter Pan, 1953, the eternal boy who never wanted to grow up. Ironically, that very role would become symbolic of Bobby's doomed existence. Trapped in time, never allowed to grow beyond the fantasy. By the time Peter Pan was released, Bobby was already feeling the sting of Hollywood rejection. As he entered adolescence, his voice changed and his looks matured. No longer the cute, wide-eyed boy Disney had banked on, Bobby was dropped by the studio without ceremony. There was no plan for his future, no support. He was simply discarded. The sudden end of his career sent Bobby into a tailspin. He struggled to fit in at public school, where other kids bullied him for being washed up. The fame he once enjoyed became a burden that isolated him. By his late teens, Bobby turned to drugs as a coping mechanism, beginning with heroin. What followed was a descent into addiction, petty crime, and multiple arrests for possession, forgery, and burglary. He briefly tried to rebuild his life through art, attending Chouinard Art Institute in Los Angeles, where he worked alongside members of Andy Warhol's circle. But the scars of early fame never fully healed. His parents, overwhelmed and estranged, distanced themselves, and he became a drifter in New York City. In 1968, at just 31 years old, Bobby died alone in an abandoned tenement building in the East Village. His body was found lying on a cot, surrounded by empty beer bottles and religious pamphlets. The tragedy didn't end there. With no ID on his body, and no one to claim him, Bobby was buried in a pauper's grave on Hart Island, New York's Potter's Field. It wasn't until a year later that a fingerprint match confirmed his identity. By then, his parents had already placed a missing persons report, unaware that their son had died and been buried anonymously. Disney never publicly acknowledged Bobby's fate during his lifetime. The boy, who had once been their crown jewel, became a ghost of their past. It was only decades later that his story resurfaced as one of Hollywood's darkest cautionary tales. Bobby Driscoll's life encapsulates the brutal truth of early stardom, the way fame can elevate a child only to abandon them in adulthood. A boy who helped millions believe in Neverland was ultimately forgotten by the very industry that created him. Jackie Coogan. Jackie Coogan's name may not ring a bell for younger generations, but his face was once one of the most recognizable in the world. He was America's first true child superstar, rocketing to fame at just 7 years old after starring alongside Charlie Chaplin in the silent film classic The Kid, 1921. Coogan's comedic timing and expressive eyes made him beloved by audiences, and his fame quickly grew. He toured the world, met heads of state, and even became one of the first children to earn over $4 million, an astronomical sum at the time. But behind the scenes, Jackie's childhood was anything but magical. His early fame brought long working hours, constant travel, and immense pressure. He rarely had time to just be a kid. Still, Jackie trusted that his earnings were being saved for him. After all, his own mother and stepfather were managing his finances. But when he reached adulthood and asked for his money, he was met with cold betrayal. His mother flatly refused, telling him, "No promises were ever made to give you anything. Your father wanted you to have all that money, but I'm not your father." It turned out his mother and stepfather had spent nearly everything: lavish homes, expensive cars, and luxury vacations. Jackie, who had been the breadwinner of the family, was left with just a few $1,000s out of millions. Public sympathy exploded, and outrage over the situation helped spark legislative change. Jackie took his parents to court, but the battle was long
One out?
and
Okay.
bitter. Though
Boo-boo,
he
you were
eventually
scratching
settled
at the
for a
door
portion
like
of his
you wanted
earnings,
out.
the damage was done. Yet his
Boo-boo.
case led to something far greater.
Winnie,
Coogan law,
you were scratching at the door like you wanted out. Do you
California
not want out?
passed
Okay,
in
she wanted
1939.
I
The
will
law
do that.
required that a portion of a child actor's earnings be set aside in a trust, known today as a Coogan account, so that the money legally belongs to the child when they reach adulthood. Though Jackie's legal victory helped future generations, it couldn't undo the personal pain. His acting career floundered in his 20s, and he filed for bankruptcy during the Great Depression. He also endured tragedy during World War II, where he served bravely as a glider pilot, but lost close friends in combat. Later in life, Jackie had a second act in television, most notably playing the eccentric Uncle Fester in The Addams Family, 1964 to 1966, a role that introduced him to a new generation. But even then, he was far from the superstar he had once been. Jackie Coogan's story is one of early triumph followed by deep betrayal, but it's also one of resilience and justice. While he never regained the fortune he lost, his tragedy laid the groundwork to protect child actors from financial exploitation for generations to come. Scotty Beckett.
Did it ever occur to you that this might be the very gun that was used in the Midvale Bank killing?
Scotty Beckett was once one of Hollywood's most promising young stars. As a cherubic, bright-eyed member of the Our Gang, also known as the Little Rascals, series in the 1930s, he quickly became a fan favorite. With his mischievous grin, impeccable comedic timing, and natural charisma, Beckett seemed destined for a long and successful career. But like many child actors of the Golden Age, the spotlight didn't last forever. And what followed was a tragic spiral into obscurity, crime, and an early death surrounded by mystery. Born in 1929 in Oakland, California, Beckett began acting at the tender age of 4. He joined Our Gang in 1934 and appeared in 15 shorts. His standout performances earned him roles in major films like Dante's Inferno.
Get inspired at the Floor and Decor Design Studio. Visualize your project with high-end showroom scenes. Take a product sample home to envision your space. Visit us to work with an expert designer and turn your project dreams into reality.
His standout performances earned him roles in major films like Dante's Inferno, 1935, Anthony Adverse, 1936, and The Jolson Story, 1946, where he played the teenage version of Al Jolson to great acclaim. By the 1940s, he was transitioning into young adult roles and starring opposite major names such as Judy Garland and Elizabeth Taylor. Beckett wasn't just a child star, he was a teen heartthrob in the making. But as he aged, Beckett struggled with the same problem many child stars faced. Hollywood's interest faded. Roles became fewer and less prominent. By his early 20s, his career had all but evaporated. The fame that once surrounded him was now a haunting echo. Off-screen, his life was unraveling. Beckett developed a serious addiction to alcohol and drugs, including barbiturates and painkillers. His personal relationships were often turbulent. He married 3 times, and his second wife, actress Beverly Baker, filed for divorce just weeks after their wedding, citing physical abuse. He was arrested multiple times for drug possession, drunk driving, and check fraud. The once charming boy from Our Gang became a tabloid regular, but for all the wrong reasons. By the 1960s, Beckett had vanished from the big screen entirely. He tried to work outside of Hollywood, taking jobs in sales and real estate, but his demons continued to follow him. In May 1968, at just 38 years old, Scotty Beckett was found dead in a Hollywood nursing home. The exact cause of death was never officially confirmed. Some reports cited a drug overdose, while others pointed to head injuries he'd sustained during a recent assault or self-infliction attempt. Authorities described the circumstances as mysterious. What's certain is that this former child star died alone, penniless, and forgotten by an industry that once celebrated him. Scotty Beckett's life is one of Hollywood's most haunting cautionary tales. Despite early promise and undeniable talent, he fell victim to the pressures of child stardom, the absence of proper support, and the lure of self-destruction. It is a story of brilliance dimmed far too soon, leaving behind only fading film reels and painful headlines. Darla Hood.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Did you kids see the news teacher yet?
Darla Hood was the heart and soul of the Our Gang series during its golden age run in the 1930s and early 1940s. With her sweet voice, distinctive curls, and on-screen charm, she became an icon of childhood innocence. As the main female lead of the popular comedy shorts, Darla stood out not only for her adorable screen presence, but also for her remarkable singing ability. But as with so many child stars of her era, the glow of early fame did not follow her into adulthood. though not riddled with scandal like some of her peers, still ended in quiet tragedy. Born in 1931 in Leading, Oklahoma, Darla Jean Hood was a gifted child from the beginning. She was discovered by a casting agent at the age of 3, and by 1935 she was cast in Our Gang, also known as the Little Rascals. She quickly became a staple of the series, appearing in more than 50 short films between 1935 and 1941. Darla's character often found herself in the middle of love triangles with Spanky, Alfalfa, and Buckwheat, creating some of the most memorable and endearing moments in the franchise. Her performances were wholesome and playful, but they came at a cost. Like many child stars at the time, she worked long hours and was pushed hard by handlers and producers. While Darla didn't face the financial exploitation some of her co-stars did, the pressure of stardom at such a young age left emotional scars. When Our Gang ended, Darla, still just a preteen, was forced to confront the terrifying uncertainty of life beyond child stardom. Darla attempted to reinvent herself as a singer and actress. She appeared in small roles in films and performed in nightclubs, and she even lent her voice to commercials. In the 1950s, she formed a vocal group and appeared on television shows, trying to distance herself from the child star image. Though she remained somewhat active in entertainment, major success continued to elude her. She was frequently typecast or overlooked entirely. Hollywood had little room for its former child stars once they had outgrown their cute personas. Despite the fading spotlight, Darla remained a positive, determined spirit. She married twice and had 2 children.
My cat's in
By
here.
the late 1970s, she had embraced nostalgia for Our Gang and participated in reunion events where fans showered her with admiration for the joy she brought them during their childhoods. But Darla's second act was cut tragically short. In 1979, while undergoing routine surgery to remove her appendix, she contracted acute hepatitis from a blood transfusion. The illness worsened quickly, and she died unexpectedly at the age of 47. Her death shocked her fans, who remembered her as the forever young sweetheart of the screen. Though Darla Hood avoided some of the more lurid Hollywood pitfalls, her story is still a tragedy. She was a child adored by millions, yet as an adult, she quietly battled to redefine herself in a world that only remembered her as a little girl. Freddie Bartholomew.
What's the matter with you? I can have 5 or 6 of these.
Yes, you could.
You bet I can. Make another.
During the 1930s, few child actors captured the screen with the same sophistication and emotional depth as Freddie Bartholomew. Born in London in 1924, Freddie quickly rose to international stardom thanks to his refined manners, British accent, and remarkable acting talent. Behind his polished public image was a childhood plagued by family betrayal, financial battles, and a fading career that left him all but forgotten by the time he reached adulthood. Freddie Bartholomew's journey to fame began when he was just 5 years old, performing on stage in England. By the age of 10, he was brought to America and cast in the 1935 film David Copperfield, produced by MGM.
Boo Boo, if you want to go,
The
you
film was
can
a
go.
smash hit.
Bye bye.
Freddie's performance won widespread acclaim. This launched a string of high-profile roles, including Little Lord Fauntleroy in 1936, Captains Courageous in 1937, and Lloyds of London in 1936, where he shared the screen with stars like Spencer Tracy and Ronald Colman. He was hailed as one of the finest child actors of his generation. But as Freddie's fame and earnings grew, so did tensions behind the scenes. Freddie had been living in the United States under the care of his Aunt Sissy, who had raised him since infancy after his parents separated. However, after his rapid success in Hollywood, his birth parents, who had previously shown little involvement, initiated a bitter custody battle, each seeking control over his career and, more importantly, his income. The lawsuit dragged on for years and became a media spectacle. MGM grew frustrated with the distraction and negative publicity. Eventually, the legal fight drained the family's finances and severely disrupted Freddie's career. Studios hesitated to cast him amid the controversy. He was still a teenager when the offers stopped coming. By the 1940s, Bartholomew's star had dimmed considerably. He enlisted in the U.S. Air Force during World War II, a decision that distanced him further from the public eye. When he returned from service, he attempted to revive his career, but found that Hollywood had moved on. He never regained the stature he once held. Unlike some former child stars, Freddie managed to build a respectable second act. He worked behind the scenes in television, eventually becoming a successful executive at an advertising agency. He married and had children, choosing a quieter, more stable life away from the spotlight. Yet the shadow of his stolen youth and legal trauma lingered over him. Freddie Bartholomew died in 1992 at the age of 67. While his final years were peaceful, they were far removed from the glamour and acclaim of his early career. His story remains one of lost potential, not because of personal failure or scandal, but because of a family's greed and an industry's inability to protect its young stars. Dickie Moore. Dickie Moore's youthful charm and bright smile lit up screens throughout the 1930s and 1940s. With his gentle presence and expressive eyes, he starred alongside some of the greatest actors of Hollywood's golden age. But beneath that charming exterior was a boy shouldering the weight of stardom and the lifelong scars it left behind. Unlike many of his peers, Moore lived to tell his story. In doing so, he exposed the emotional toll that early fame can inflict. Born in Los Angeles in 1925, John Richard Dickie Moore began acting at the astonishing age of 11 months, appearing in silent films before he could even talk.
I don't even know where
He
that
became
went.
one of the busiest child actors of the early 1930s, gaining fame through Our Gang shorts, and then moving into major studio productions. Moore appeared in over 100 films by the time he reached his teens, working with legends like Marlene Dietrich, Spencer Tracy, and Barbara Stanwyck. He was perhaps best known for giving Shirley Temple her first on-screen kiss in Miss Annie Rooney, 1942, a moment that symbolized both the end of Temple's child star image and the looming changes in Moore's own life. As he transitioned into adolescence, the roles dried up. Audiences who once adored him moved on.
I'm okay, I
So many
think.
others,
I don't
Moore
know.
found himself struggling
was
to fit
scary.
into the adult world of Hollywood.
Oh God.
Behind the scenes, Moore was grappling with severe emotional issues that had gone unnoticed during his years in the spotlight. His childhood had been stolen by the constant grind of the studio system, long hours, enormous expectations, and little time for real life or education. He later admitted he had no sense of identity outside of the roles he played. When the camera stopped rolling, he was lost. In his 1984 memoir, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but Don't Have Sex or Take the Car, Moore gave a brutally honest account of the psychological toll of growing up as a child actor. He wrote about suffering from depression, battling substance abuse, and enduring failed relationships as he tried to navigate life without the structure and attention of stardom. Moore's writing was one of the earliest accounts from a former child actor to openly
Round up spare change and saving stocks at Big Time. Use your cash app.
Give me 17 cents on Bitcoin.
There we go. Okay. That's enough.
We should have some popcorn.
Such a relaxing day. Cheers.
Hey, perfect timing. Woo! Hey, son, grab the focus. The grill's ready.
Sorry, Dad, no berries in the fridge.
At Albertsons, we're here when you need us. Shop online and get $30 off your first online order. Find the same prices, deals, and rewards as in store.
Hello. How are we?
child actor to openly address the damage caused by early fame. His courage in sharing his pain helped spark wider conversations on child labor laws in Hollywood and the need for psychological support for young performers. Despite his struggles, Moore eventually found peace. He left acting in the 1950s. Carl Alfalfa Switzer was once one of the most recognizable child actors in America. With his cowlick hairstyle, off-key singing, and lovable awkwardness, he became an unforgettable face of the R Gang, also known as the Little Rascals series. But while Alfalfa made millions of people laugh, his real-life story is anything but cheerful. Switzer's post-Hollywood life was riddled with rejection, hardship, and ultimately a violent end that shocked those who remembered his innocent on-screen persona. Born in Paris, Illinois in 1927, Carl Switzer entered the entertainment world by chance. While vacationing in California, he and his brother Harold were discovered after performing an impromptu musical number at Hal Roach Studios. Both were signed to the Our Gang series, but it was Carl, thanks to his unique look and comedic timing, who stole the spot. As Alfalfa, Switzer became a breakout star of the series throughout the mid-1930s. He played the role of the awkward but lovable kid whose cracked voice and quirky expressions earned laughs in nearly every episode. His chemistry with other cast members, especially Darla Hood and George Spanky McFarland, created some of the most iconic moments in early American television history. But behind the scenes, things were not as wholesome as the gang's antics suggested. Switzer reportedly clashed with other child actors and even pulled pranks on set. As he aged, his appeal as a child star faded. When the Our Gang series ended, Switzer was just a teenager and already struggling to find his place in the real world. Hollywood, which had once embraced him, had little use for an aging child star. He took bit parts in films like It's a Wonderful Life, 1946, but was mostly relegated to minor, often uncredited roles. Financial problems plagued him, and Switzer bounced between odd jobs, bartender, hunting guide, and dog trainer, none of which brought him lasting success. In 1958, he was arrested for illegally cutting down trees in a national forest. Around the same time, he was shot during a dispute over money, narrowly escaping death. But his luck would run out just a year later. In January 1959, Switzer was killed at the age of 31 in a violent altercation over a $50 debt related to a failed hunting dog deal. Accounts of the event vary, but the most accepted version is that Switzer confronted a man named Moses Bud Stilts at his home, which escalated into a physical fight. Switzer allegedly pulled a knife, and Stilts shot him in what was ruled self-defense. Switzer died on the spot. Diana buried him.
Hello? Get me the police. Hello, is this the police?
Diana Barrymore, the daughter of legendary actor John Barrymore, entered Hollywood with a heavy legacy on her shoulders. Born into the world of theater and film, she was expected to continue the family tradition of greatness. But instead of following in the footsteps of her famous father, Diana's life would become a tragic example of how talent, privilege, and fame can't always shield someone from personal demons. Diana was born in March 1921 in Los Angeles, California. She was the daughter of John Barrymore, one of Hollywood's most revered actors of the Golden Age, and his third wife, actress Dolores Costello. From an early age, Diana was exposed to the world of acting, with her father being a household name known for his commanding stage presence and his many iconic film roles. It was only natural that Diana would follow in his footsteps, and her beauty and talent suggested she had the potential to become a major star herself. In the early 1940s, Diana Barrymore began her acting career, first appearing on Broadway before transitioning to films. She was cast in a few roles in Hollywood films, where she received some acclaim for her performances. Despite the early signs of her potential as an actress, her career would soon be overshadowed by personal struggles that she could not seem to overcome. Diana's issues with substance abuse began during her teenage years.
Oh no, a woman has hair. Whatever shall we do? Should we shoot her? It seems like we should shoot her. Oh no!
Her problems were compounded by her complex relationship
Internalized
with her famous
misogyny
father,
of
John
women
Barrymore.
against
Despite
other
his own
women.
struggles with alcohol, he remained a
Is there
dominant
not
figure
something
in her
so
life,
depressing?
both inspiring and overshadowing her ambitions. Her acting career, which had
My
shown
cat
promise,
wants in.
faltered due to her issues.
Beep, beep.
Diana had trouble landing significant roles, and when she did, her performances were often overshadowed by her erratic behavior off screen. In the mid-1940s, she was relegated to minor roles in films that failed to gain traction with audiences. This was a harsh contrast to the high expectations placed upon her as the daughter of John Barrymore. By the late 1940s, Diana was largely absent from the public eye, struggling with her addiction and personal demons. In addition to her substance abuse issues, Diana had a string of failed relationships, including a brief marriage to screenwriter and actor Robert Wilcox, which ended in divorce. She also had a tumultuous relationship with her father, who died in 1942, leaving her with a lingering sense of abandonment. Diana Barrymore's downward spiral reached its tragic end in March 1960, when she passed away at the age of 38. She died in her apartment in New York City from an overdose of sleeping pills. Her death was ruled an accidental overdose, but the circumstances of her passing
I don't know
highlighted
what
the
my
deep
past-
emotional and psychological struggles that had plagued her for much of her life. Despite her brief and troubled career, Diana Barrymore left behind a sad legacy. Her story is one of unrealized potential, overshadowed by personal struggles that ultimately led to her untimely death. Diana was remembered not only as the daughter of a famous actor, but as a tragic figure who could not escape the pressures of fame, the weight of family expectations, and the demons that haunted her throughout her life. Margaret O'Brien.
Wait, don't let nothing to the chair. Don't let it burn. Please, please, please.
Margaret O'Brien's rise to fame as a child star in the 1940s was swift and remarkable. Known for her roles in some of Hollywood's most iconic films of the Golden Age, including Meet Me in St. Louis, 1944, O'Brien was one of the brightest stars of her generation. With her wide-eyed innocence and natural acting talent, she quickly won the hearts of audiences and critics alike. Yet, despite her early success, O'Brien's career faced a decline as she transitioned into adulthood, ultimately leading to a quieter life away from the limelight. Born in January 1937 in San Diego, California, Margaret O'Brien's talent was apparent from a young age. She was introduced to acting at the age of 4, initially appearing in minor roles in films before landing her breakthrough role in 1943's Journey for Margaret. The film, in which O'Brien played a young war refugee, was a significant success and cemented her status as a rising star in Hollywood. Her natural charm, coupled with her ability to convey deep emotion, made her a favorite among audiences and critics. Her most famous role came a year later in Meet Me in St. Louis, a beloved musical directed by Vincente Minnelli, where she played Tootie Smith, the mischievous but lovable youngest daughter of a family on the eve of the 1904 World's Fair. Her performance was nothing short of remarkable, and she won an Academy Juvenile Award for her outstanding work. O'Brien's career seemed to be on an upward trajectory, and she quickly became one of the most popular child stars of the 1940s, appearing in numerous films throughout the decade. However, the transition from child star to adult actress proved difficult for O'Brien. Like many child actors, she struggled with the pressures of growing up in the public eye. Her adolescent years were filled with struggles to break free from the typecasting that often followed former child stars. As she entered her teenage years, O'Brien found it harder to land leading roles, and many of her opportunities in Hollywood dwindled. Though she appeared in a handful of films in the 1950s, including Little Women, 1949, she was no longer in high demand. Despite her early successes, O'Brien was pushed into obscurity as she aged. She didn't face the same tragic end that befell many of her peers, but her career did not achieve the longevity that was once expected. She later moved into television, making guest appearances on popular shows like The Twilight Zone, but she never regained the same level of fame that she had enjoyed in her youth. In her personal life, O'Brien faced struggles of her own. She had to deal with the impact of her career on her relationships and struggled with being thrust into a world of fame and expectations in such a young age. Though she made her peace with the challenges of being a former child star, O'Brien faced the usual difficulties of trying to reinvent herself after her youthful fame faded. Today, Margaret O'Brien is remembered fondly by fans of classic Hollywood. She is one of the few child stars from the Golden Age who transitioned into adulthood with dignity, though she never achieved the kind of adult stardom she had enjoyed as a child. Her contributions to Hollywood, particularly her unforgettable performance in Meet Me in St. Louis, continue to be celebrated, and she remains a beloved figure in the history of film.
Some people yard because it's their passion and their job. We're the grass-stained, sunburned lucky ones. We're professional-grade controllers of chaos, and we don't leave things to chance. That's why we trust our livelihood to the best-in-class power of Echo X Series. Because by the end of the day, we'll leave the world cleaner and safer, and man, that's prettier than we found it. We are yarders.
What are the facts? Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident. Interesting. Carfax.com shows how accidents impact
she remains a beloved figure in the history of film. Shirley Temple.
We don't even know ourselves.
Shirley Temple's name is synonymous with child star, a shining example of innocence, talent, and charisma that won the hearts of millions during the Great Depression. With her signature ringlets,
I can feel the
dimples,
wind
and
for
golden
once.
voice, Temple became one of the highest-paid actresses of her time, and a symbol of joy for a nation struggling through tough times. However, despite her unparalleled success as a child star, Temple's life as an adult was marked by personal challenges and a constant effort to redefine herself outside of her early fame. Born in April 1928 in Santa Monica, California, Shirley Temple was discovered at the young age of 3 by talent scouts at a dance studio. Her career quickly took off with her first major film role in Stand Up and Cheer, 1934, but it was her performance in Bright Eyes, 1934, that turned her into an international sensation. She became the face of 1930s Hollywood, starring in a string of box office hits like Curly Top, 1935, and The Little Colonel, 1935. Her infectious smile and ability to perform tap dances with incredible precision made her an instant favorite with audiences, and she was adored by both children and adults alike. By the age of 6, Shirley Temple had become a global
Oh, you want your corner?
films
I
providing
can
a
move
rare
everything
source
out
of
of your
joy and
corner.
escapism for Americans during the Great Depression. Her image was so powerful that she was used by Hollywood to promote the idea of hope and optimism during a time of widespread economic hardship. Temple's fame
Oh, you
was
want
so
to lay in the bed?
immense that she became the highest
Mommy
paid
just
child
wants to see
star in
this.
history, making an
Thank
estimated
you.
$50,000 per film.
Thank you,
Incredible
Boo
sum.
Boo. Thank you so
However,
much.
as Temple grew older, the pressures of child stardom began to take a toll. As with many former child stars,
What?
the transition to adult roles proved difficult. After her teen years, she was unable to successfully pivot her career, and the roles she was offered were often seen as stale and unchallenging. By the early 1940s, she had grown out of her little girl persona, and Hollywood was ready to move on to the next young starlet. In addition to her struggles with Hollywood's fickle nature, Temple also faced significant personal challenges. She was married twice, first to actor John Agar, with whom she had one child before divorcing. Later, she married businessman Charles Alden Black, with whom she had 2 children. While her personal life seemed stable, Temple's challenges in the public eye continued. She faced media scrutiny and pressure to reinvent herself. And although she made occasional appearances in films and television, her acting career never fully recovered. In the 1960s, Temple shifted gears entirely, embarking on a successful career in politics and diplomacy. She became a trailblazer in the field of public service, being appointed as the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, and later as the U.S. ambassador to Czechoslovakia. She was the first former child star to take such a high-profile role in public service, showing that she was capable of handling the weight of responsibility and complexity in adulthood. Shirley Temple passed away in February 2014 at the age of 85, having lived a life full of accomplishments beyond the Hollywood screen. Her legacy as a child star is unmatched, but her later years were equally remarkable as she became a respected public figure in her own right. Despite the challenges she faced in transitioning away from her early fame, Shirley Temple's story is one of resilience and reinvention. She remains a beloved figure not only in Hollywood history, but also in the world of diplomacy and service. Judy Nugent.
Why don't you bring them over? Oh my goodness, I forgot to ask you to sit down.
I was wondering if you Judy Nugent was a bright star in Hollywood's golden age of television, particularly known for her appearance on the popular show The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet in the 1950s. Her career was that of a rising child star with promise, but like many young talents in the entertainment industry, her time in the limelight was fleeting. Overshadowed by the harsh realities of transitioning into adulthood in a world that often left little room for growth or reinvention. Born in May 1940 in California, Judy Nugent's early entry into the entertainment industry was the result of her natural charm and talent. She appeared in several films as a child actor, but it was her role as the young girl in The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet that became her most well-known role. As the show's popularity grew, Nugent became a familiar face to television audiences. Despite being a part of one of the most popular family sitcoms of the era, she was often overshadowed by the larger personalities on the show. Her performances, however, showed she had the potential to carve out a successful career for herself. Though Nugent's career began with promise, it faced early struggles that would ultimately contribute to her fall from stardom. She made appearances in several other television programs and films in the 1950s and early 1960s, but it was difficult for her to maintain the same level of success once she aged out of the cute kid roles. Nugent struggled to transition into adult roles in a highly competitive industry where young stars were quickly replaced was not uncommon for child actors. As a teenager, she found it hard to shake off the typecasting that accompanied her image as a child star, and opportunities in Hollywood grew sparse. Nugent's post-child star years were marked by a lack of significant acting roles. As a young adult, she found it difficult to maintain relevance in a landscape that favored newer, younger talent. She had a brief career as a voice actress in the late 1960s, but by the 1970s, Judy Nugent had largely disappeared from the public eye. Unlike other former child stars who remained in the entertainment industry through perseverance or reinvention, Patty Duke.
Yeah, is that what you have in our hair? What do you mean? Separately, we're two girls who have a few talents. Just like anyone else.
Patty Duke's career was one of extraordinary highs and painful lows. Known for her acting talent and her portrayal of Helen Keller in The Miracle Worker, 1962, Duke became a household name as a child star, and later went on to have a successful career in television and film. Yet, despite her remarkable accomplishments, Duke's life was marred by personal struggles, including mental health challenges, tumultuous relationships, and the pressures of growing up in the public eye. Born Anna Marie Duke in December 1946 in New York City, Patty Duke's acting career began at a very young age. She made her Broadway debut at the age of 12 in The Miracle Worker, a performance that earned her an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in 1963. This made Duke the youngest actor ever to win an Oscar at the time. Her portrayal of Helen Keller, a role that required immense emotional depth and physical challenges, showcased her extraordinary talent and established her as one of the brightest stars of her generation. After the success of The Miracle Worker, Duke transitioned to television, starring in The Patty Duke Show, 1963 to 1966, where she played identical cousins, a role that showcased her comedic timing and versatility. The show was a hit, and Duke became one of the most beloved young stars of the 1960s. Her ability to portray two distinct characters in a single show was impressive, and her popularity skyrocketed. By the mid-1960s, she was a teen idol with a successful career that seemed to have no limits. However, the pressures of fame and the struggles of growing up in the spotlight began to take a toll on Duke. As a child star, she faced harsh demands from her overbearing managers and the constant scrutiny of the public eye. By the age of 18, Duke's mental health began to decline, and she experienced severe emotional and psychological distress. It was later revealed that Duke had been suffering from bipolar disorder, a condition that would severely impact her personal life for decades. At the time, however, her struggles were hidden from the public, and she continued to work through her mental health challenges, often at great personal cost. Duke's personal life was also filled with turbulence. She had a series of highly publicized marriages and relationships, many of which were fraught with difficulties. Her first marriage, to actor and director Harry Falk, ended in divorce after a tumultuous period. She later married Michael Tell, a music promoter, but that marriage was short-lived as well. In 1972, Duke married actor John Astin, with whom she had 2 children. While their marriage seemed stable at first, it, too, eventually ended in divorce. These relationships, along with her ongoing battle with mental health issues, added to the emotional toll Duke was experiencing in her life. Patty Duke's career was far from over. She continued to act in films and television throughout the 1970s and 1980s, receiving praise for her roles in movies like Valley of the Dolls, 1967, and My Sweet Charlie, 1966, for which she won an Emmy Award. She also became a spokesperson for mental health awareness, openly discussing her bipolar disorder in public. Duke's willingness to speak candidly about her struggles helped to destigmatize mental illness and provide hope to others facing similar challenges. Patty Duke's life was a complicated mix of triumphs and tragedies. Her journey from the highs of child stardom to the lows of personal turmoil was a testament to her resilience. She never allowed her struggles to define her completely, instead choosing to use her experiences to help others. Duke passed away in March 2016 at the age of 69 after a brief illness. Her legacy lives on in her body of work, her advocacy for mental health, and her courage in facing the challenges that came with being a child star. These child stars lit up the screen, but many were left in the dark when the spotlight faded. If their stories touched you, like, comment, and subscribe for more untold Hollywood history.
You're fired. Mighty Patch pimple patches reveal clear-looking skin overnight. Pimple, meet your Mighty Patch.
No goes nowhere. But yes is when things get wrong. Yes takes that chance, that step, that climb. When your phone case can and you can follow your yes anywhere. OtterBox, made for yes.
What happens when a Hollywood dream fades away and the child stars vanish without a trace? From Jackie Coogan to Peggy and Garner, these child stars face the harsh realities of shifting into adult roles. Here are the 18 child stars who completely vanished from Hollywood. Jackie Coogan. Jackie Coogan didn't just become a star. He redefined what it meant to be a child actor in Hollywood. Discovered by Charlie Chaplin, Coogan made cinematic history in The Kid, 1921, delivering a performance so poignant that audiences around the world wept. By age 7, he was a global sensation, one of the most recognizable faces in silent film. His image appeared on toys, dolls, lunchboxes, and even peanut butter jars. He earned an estimated $4 million, a staggering sum at the time, equivalent to over $60 million today. The Coogan story was one of early brilliance, followed by heartbreak and disillusionment. When he reached adulthood and sought access to his fortune, he learned it had been squandered by his mother and stepfather on mansions, cars, and lavish gifts. The legal battle that ensued was front-page news and became one of Hollywood's earliest cautionary tales. Though Jackie won a portion of the money back, most of it was gone. His case led directly to the 1939 passage of the California Child Actors Bill, commonly known as the Coogan Law, which mandates that a portion of a minor's earnings be set aside in trust. After this devastating betrayal and his fading juvenile appeal, Coogan struggled to find his footing in adult roles. The studios that once clamored for him now saw him as a relic of the silent era. Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, he worked sporadically in small roles, often uncredited. He also served in World War II, flying gliders behind enemy lines in Burma and earning commendations for bravery. His brief return to the spotlight came decades later in the 1960s, when he was cast as the eccentric, light bulb-loving Uncle Fester in the Addams Family television series. Though the role became iconic in its own right, it bore little resemblance to the cherubic star he once was. Despite this resurgence, Coogan never fully recaptured his early fame. He faded from the film industry's inner circle, making occasional guest appearances on TV through the 1970s and early 1980s, but never returning to his previous stature. When he died in 1984 at the age of 69, he was remembered not only as a trailblazing child star, but also as the face behind a law that continues to protect young performers from the same fate. Jackie Coogan's disappearance from Hollywood's A-list was not due to scandal or personal failure, but rather the harsh reality that childhood fame often offers no blueprint for adult success. Baby Peggy, Diana Sarah Carey. One of silent film's most bankable stars, Baby Peggy, born Peggy Jean Montgomery, made over 150 short films and several features between 1921 and 1924, becoming a global sensation before turning 6. She was often described as the $1 million baby, earning up to $1.5 million, a staggering amount for the time. Yet her rapid success masked a dark truth. Her father strictly controlled her schedule and finances, demanding she work grueling hours with little rest. Despite her immense earnings, the family lived extravagantly and failed to secure her future. By 1925, after her father's disputes with producers and her growing exhaustion, her career collapsed. Forced into vaudeville tours during the Great Depression, Peggy eventually withdrew from the spotlight altogether. In adulthood, she legally changed her name to Diana Sarah Carey, distancing herself from her exploited childhood. She spent the remainder of her life advocating for the rights of child performers, becoming a respected historian and author. She spoke candidly about her exploitation and the psychological toll of early fame, offering a rare and valuable perspective from someone who had lived it. Diana Sarah Carey passed away in 2020 at the age of 100, having long outlived the fame that once consumed her life. Her rediscovery by film historians ensured that baby Peggy would not be forgotten. Shirley Temple.
How does she know how old I am? We don't even know ourselves.
Arguably the most iconic child star of all time, Shirley Temple's sunny demeanor, dimpled smile, and golden curls symbolized hope during the Great Depression. Films like Bright Eyes, Curly Top, and Heidi made her a household name. Between 1935 and 1938, she was Hollywood's top box office draw, and her image adorned everything from dolls to dishes. She became a one-child franchise, and at her peak, Temple earned $3 million. However, as she entered adolescence, audiences began to lose interest, and studios struggled to find appropriate roles for the maturing star. By the time she turned 14, her box office power had faded significantly. She officially retired from acting at 22 after a few unsuccessful attempts at adult roles. Yet unlike many of her peers who faded into obscurity, Shirley reinvented herself. As Shirley Temple Black, she embarked on a diplomatic career, representing the United States as an ambassador and foreign affairs officer. Her postings included Ghana and Czechoslovakia, where she played pivotal roles during the Cold War and post-communist transitions. She also served as the U.S. delegate to the United Nations. Despite her early fame, she spoke critically about the pressures and limitations placed on child actors, advocating later in life for better protections and a more balanced portrayal of young performers. Shirley Temple Black died in 2014 at the age of 85. Her ability to transcend Hollywood and make meaningful contributions on the world stage remains one of the rarest and most inspiring transformations among child stars who left the spotlight behind. Freddie Bartholomew.
What's the matter with you? I have 5 or 6 of these.
Yes, you could.
You bet I can. Make another.
Freddie Bartholomew was one of MGM's most celebrated child actors during the 1930s. With his refined British accent, poise, and emotional depth, he starred in literary classics such as David Copperfield, Captain's Courageous, and Little Lord Fauntleroy. Audiences admired his sensitivity and screen presence, which provided a stark contrast to the more exuberant American child stars of the time. At the height of his career, Freddie commanded impressive salaries and top billing alongside stars like Spencer Tracy and Lionel Barrymore. However, his success also brought personal turmoil. A bitter custody battle ensued when his birth parents, whom he barely knew, returned to claim custody and access to his earnings. The court case consumed much of his wealth and emotional well-being. Studios, wary of the drama, became less enthusiastic about casting him, and his popularity waned. Unable to transition smoothly into adult roles, Bartholomew left acting and joined the U.S. Air Force during World War II. After the war, he built a second career in television production and advertising, eventually becoming an executive at a major agency. He rarely spoke of his early fame and preferred to be known for his later work. Freddie Bartholomew died in 1992 at the age of 67. Having spent decades outside the spotlight, he once dominated. Margaret O'Brien, a household name in the 1940s.
Don't send my brother to the chair. Don't let him burn. Please.
Margaret O'Brien was celebrated for her precocious emotional depth and tearful performances. Her role as Tootie in Meet Me in St. Louis, 1944, opposite Judy Garland, is widely regarded as one of the greatest child performances of the era. For this role and others like Journey for Margaret, 1942, she received the Juvenile Academy Award in 1944, cementing her place as one of MGM's most valuable young stars. Unlike many child actors, Margaret's career did not collapse suddenly. Instead, it gradually waned as she entered adolescence and struggled to find roles that matched the nuanced characters she had portrayed as a child. The innocence and vulnerability that had made her so beloved on screen became a limitation in the eyes of casting directors. Though she continued to appear in films and television into her teen years, the spotlight slowly dimmed. Rather than clinging to fading fame, Margaret chose to step back gracefully. She focused on her personal life, returning to Hollywood only for occasional television roles and public appearances. Today, she lives a quiet life in California, far from the chaos of her youth. She remains one of the rare child stars who avoided scandal and financial ruin, managing her fame with remarkable composure. Her story is a testament to resilience and a carefully navigated exit from the harsh world of early stardom. Bobby Driscoll.
Upstairs, the killers. They just stabbed a man.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Bobby Driscoll's rise to fame was meteoric. As Disney's first contracted child actor, he was the voice of Peter Pan in 1953.
A gentle formula is comforting, especially one designed to help ease fussiness, crying, gas, and spit up. Try today.
Was the voice of Peter Pan, 1953, and starred in live action hits like Song of the South,
I'll be back. I
1946,
gotta
and
pee.
Treasure Island, 1950. His natural charisma and expressive acting earned him a juvenile Oscar in 1950 for his performances in The Window and So Dear to My Heart. At one point, he was one of the most recognizable young faces in American cinema, considered the golden boy of post-war Disney. However, Driscoll's fall from grace was equally dramatic. As he entered adolescence, his appearance changed, and Disney, known for carefully curating its image, abruptly terminated his contract. Reports suggest Walt Disney himself had grown disenchanted with the teenage Driscoll, whom he no longer viewed as fitting the studio's wholesome brand. Rejected by the very institution that had made him a star, Bobby's self-esteem crumbled. His career faltered, and offers dried up almost overnight. In his late teens and early 20s, Bobby turned to drugs and petty crime. He was arrested multiple times and spent time in jail and rehabilitation facilities. Estranged from his family and the industry, he moved to New York and fell into complete obscurity. In 1968, his body was found in an abandoned tenement building. With no ID on him, he was buried in a pauper's grave on Hart Island. His identity was discovered nearly 2 years later through fingerprint records, after his mother contacted authorities about her missing son. Driscoll's tragic life and death remain one of the darkest cautionary tales in Hollywood history, highlighting the industry's neglect of its young stars once they outlived their usefulness. Deanna Durbin.
I have a lot of influence. My father's quite a big shot around here.
Young lady, rules are rules.
Deanna Durbin was one of the most beloved and commercially successful child stars of the 1930s and early 1940s. Born Edna Mae Durbin in Winnipeg, Canada, in 1921, she moved to California at a young age and began vocal training that showcased her operatic soprano voice. At just 14, she was signed by Universal Studios and quickly rose to prominence with her debut feature, Three Smart Girls, 1936, a film so successful it reportedly saved Universal from financial ruin. By her late teens, Durbin was one of the most profitable stars in the world. She earned an Academy Juvenile Award in 1938 and starred in a string of hit musicals such as 100 Men and a Girl, 1937, Mad About Music, 1938, and First Love, 1939. Her girl next door image, crystal clear vocals, and wholesome appeal resonated with a world emerging from the Great Depression. By 21, she was among the highest paid women in the United States, earning $400,000 annually, a staggering sum at the time. Yet despite her success, Durbin grew increasingly disillusioned with the restrictive image the studio imposed upon her. She longed for mature, dramatic roles and chafed against being typecast as the eternal ingenue. She took on darker films like Christmas Holiday, 1944, which received mixed reviews. Studios, however, were hesitant to rebrand her. Frustrated by the lack of artistic freedom and worn down by the demanding nature of studio contracts, Durbin made a stunning decision. She walked away from Hollywood entirely in 1949. Following her final film, For the Love of Mary, Durbin married French director Charles David and relocated to a small village near Paris. There, she built a life of privacy, motherhood, and tranquility. Unlike many of her peers, she steadfastly refused interview requests, public appearances, and all offers to return to the screen. When approached by reporters and fans, she politely declined to engage, saying she had found contentment beyond the reach of cameras. She remained true to her convictions until her death in 2013 at the age of 91. In one of her rare public statements, she once said, "I couldn't go on being the child star forever. I wanted to be allowed to grow up and be myself." Claude Jarman Jr.
Why, you think this?
What kind of stuff?
A rat or a fiddler?
Where'd it get him?
Claude Jarman Jr. experienced a meteoric rise to fame after his debut performance in The Yearling, 1946, a film that garnered critical acclaim and earned him a Special Juvenile Academy Award at just 12 years old. Born in Nashville, Tennessee, in 1934, Jarman had no prior acting experience when MGM cast him in the emotionally rich role of Jody Baxter, a young boy coming of age in the post-Civil War South. His performance, praised for its naturalism and depth, immediately placed him among the most promising child actors of his time. MGM signed him to a long-term contract, and Jarman appeared in several films over the next few years, including High Barbary, 1947, Rushod, 1949, and Intruder in the Dust, 1949, an adaptation of the William Faulkner novel. Despite these projects, Jarman never quite recaptured the acclaim of his debut. As he grew older, the studio struggled to find suitable roles for him. His maturing appearance and voice made it difficult to cast him in the types of roles that had made him a sensation. Rather than clinging to a fading spotlight, Jarman made a conscious decision to leave Hollywood. By the early 1950s, he returned home to Tennessee and focused on completing his education. He attended Vanderbilt University, a prestigious institution where he earned a degree in classical studies. Unlike many child actors who failed to adjust to life outside the studio system, Jarman thrived in civilian life. After serving a stint in the U.S. Navy, he eventually relocated to San Francisco, where he became involved in arts administration. Most notably, he served as the executive director of the San Francisco International Film Festival for 15 years. helping to bring international cinema to American audiences and fostering a new generation of filmmakers. Jarman also worked in public relations and communications, never returning to the screen in a major way. In his 90s, Claude Jarman Jr. occasionally grants interviews and appears at classic film retrospectives, but he has remained largely out of the limelight for decades. Jane Withers.
Don't be scared, Mary. Anyhow, that Harold Snake's got it coming.
Jane Withers' Hollywood journey is a unique blend of early stardom, sudden retreat, and a reemergence in a very different role. She first found fame in the 1930s, playing bratty, mischievous, and often hilariously over-the-top characters that served as the perfect foil to Shirley Temple's sugary innocence. In films like Bright Eyes, 1934, Withers delighted audiences with her bold personality and comic timing. At just 9 years old, she signed a 7-year contract with Fox Film Corporation, which made her one of the highest paid child actors of her time. Her popularity soared with leading roles in features such as Ginger, Little Miss Nobody, and The Holy Terror. While many child stars were molded to fit the perfect child image, Jane stood out for her tomboy energy and unfiltered sass. By the late 1930s, she had become a box office draw in her own right, not just as a supporting player to bigger names. However, as Withers approached her teenage years, the tide began to turn. The same boldness that made her stand out as a child began to clash with the expectations for young actresses coming of age. Unlike some of her peers who transitioned into adult roles, Jane gradually faded from the Hollywood spotlight. After a few appearances in the 1940s, she stepped back to focus on her education and personal life. In the 1960s, she made a surprising comeback, not in film, but as a television spokeswoman. As Josephine the Plumber, Jane became the beloved face of comic cleanser commercials, a role she played for over a decade. The character's bubbly personality and resourceful demeanor won her a new generation of fans. Outside of show business, Jane was deeply spiritual and pursued a quieter life. She became an avid collector of dolls and religious artifacts and was heavily involved in charitable work, particularly within the Catholic Church. She remained active in fan circles and frequently attended classic film festivals. Jane Withers passed away in 2021 at the age of 95. Though she spent many years away from the spotlight, her impact on early Hollywood comedy and her later reinvention in advertising proved that child stars can evolve on their own terms. Virginia Weidler.
Can you play the piano? I can. And sing at the same
Hi,
time.
everyone.
Virginia Weidler was a child star whose spark lit up some of the most memorable films of the late 1930s and early 1940s. Best known for her scene-stealing role as Katharine Hepburn's wisecracking younger sister Dinah Lord in The Philadelphia Story, 1940. Virginia displayed a rare blend of wit, intelligence, and charm that set her apart from her contemporaries.
I'm still
She had an
live, but
uncanny ability
that's
to
whatever.
deliver adult-level sarcasm with childlike innocence. A skill that made her a favorite among directors and co-stars alike.
It's really hypnotic.
To a show business family
Yeah.
in Los Angeles in 1927,
Cool.
Weidler began acting at the age of 4. She signed with MGM in her early childhood and was quickly cast in supporting roles, showcasing her maturity
What
and
color
comic
was
timing.
green?
Her filmography includes notable appearances
What part?
in Women, 1939,
Between that part and
Babes
that
on
part,
Broadway,
this part.
1941,
It is green.
and Young
It's green.
Tom Edison,
It's green.
1940. Critics
The
predicted
blank
a long
spot,
and
Avery.
successful career, but that
Blank
career
spot.
was shockingly brief. By the time she was 16, Weidler had retired from acting entirely. Unlike some of her peers who aged out of child roles or
Oh.
succumbed to scandal, Virginia made a deliberate,
It could be
quiet
light
exit.
reflection
She
from
chose
the.
family over fame, her private life over public adoration. She married naval officer Lionel Crizzle in 1947 and had 2 children.
I
Reasons for her abrupt departure from Hollywood remain a subject of speculation. Some believe that as she matured, her distinctive voice and unconventional looks didn't fit the leading lady mold of the time. Others say she was simply uninterested in pursuing acting as an adult. In interviews, she expressed no regret about leaving the industry, stating that she enjoyed her childhood roles, but wanted a more stable, traditional life. Virginia lived out of the public eye and rarely gave interviews or appeared at film retrospectives. She passed away in 1968 at the young age of 41 from a heart condition. While her time in Hollywood was short-lived, her performances remain vivid, a testament to her talent and the mark she made in a few short years. Carl Switzer. Known to millions as Alfalfa from Our Gang, later the Little Rascals, Carl Switzer was one of the most beloved child stars of the 1930s. With his signature cowlick, prominent freckles, and hilariously off-key renditions of love songs, Alfalfa became a cultural icon of Depression-era America. Audiences adored the mismatched charm he brought to the gang of neighborhood kids, often finding himself in comic rivalry with Spanky and in romantic pursuit of Darla. Switzer appeared in over 60 episodes of Our Gang between 1935 and 1940. However, as the series aged and its actors grew older, their appeal began to wane. When the studio phased out the original cast to bring in younger children, Switzer's career prospects dimmed. He made scattered appearances in films such as It's a Wonderful Life, 1946, and Going My Way, 1944, often in small or uncredited roles. Unlike contemporaries who transitioned into adult roles or found new career paths, Switzer struggled to break out of the alfalfa persona that had defined his childhood. As acting opportunities dwindled, Switzer turned to various odd jobs. He bred hunting dogs, worked as a bartender, and guided hunting expeditions, even for celebrities. Despite efforts to reinvent himself, he could never quite escape the shadow of his childhood fame. Financial pressures mounted, and his behavior became increasingly erratic. Switzer also faced legal troubles, including arrests for disorderly conduct and assault. Tragically, his life ended in violence. In January 1959, at just 31 years old, Switzer was fatally shot during a dispute over a $50 debt related to a failed hunting dog deal. Although officially ruled as justifiable homicide, many fans viewed his death as a symbol of how poorly the industry had supported its former child stars. George Spanky McFarlane.
Is that my head, Dad? Play now? Let's see.
Another standout from Our Gang, George Spanky McFarlane captured hearts with his round face, quick wit, and knack for comic timing. Debuting in the series at just 3 years old, Spanky quickly became the gang's de facto leader, often orchestrating the kids' elaborate plans and schemes with a seriousness that belied his age. Between 1932 and 1942, McFarlane appeared in more than 90 short films, helping to solidify Our Gang as a staple of American popular culture during the Great Depression. Spanky's appeal rested in his unique ability to combine the innocence of childhood with the savvy of an adult. He was often the straight man to the antics of alfalfa.
Because I want milk cream pie.
His subtle comedic timing
I
and
like
facial
milk cream pies.
expressions made him a favorite
But
among
they
audiences.
put so much sugar in it
Despite his
that you
on-screen
can't
popularity,
have more than one.
McFarlane,
Like a
many
month.
child actors,
Usually hurt my teeth.
struggled once he outgrew the role that had made him famous. After Our Gang, McFarlane found it difficult to secure meaningful acting work. He served in the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War, and upon returning, held various jobs outside of entertainment, including roles in sales and public relations. He briefly worked as a TV host, and later found modest success representing a soft drink company. Though his post-Hollywood career never reached the heights of his childhood fame, he managed to avoid some of the more tragic outcomes that befell other former child stars. In his later years, McFarland embraced his Our Gang legacy. He attended fan conventions and classic film festivals, where he met admirers who remembered him fondly. He remained candid about the limitations fame had placed on his adult life, often sharing stories about the challenges of typecasting and the public's reluctance to see him as anything other than Spanky. George McFarland passed away in 1993 at the age of 64. While he never reclaimed the widespread fame he enjoyed as a child, he found peace in reconnecting with fans and reflecting on his unique place in Hollywood history. Bonita Granville.
I don't have to get my clothes on today. I'll go to school without study school. It's Saturday.
Bonita Granville was a unique presence in Hollywood from a young age, known for playing characters far more complex than typical child roles of the time. She rose to prominence at just 14 with an Oscar-nominated performance in These Three, 1936, portraying a manipulative schoolgirl in a story adapted from Lillian Hellman's controversial play The Children's Hour. The nomination made her the youngest actress ever to be considered for a competitive Academy Award at the time, cementing her place in cinematic history. Following this dramatic debut, Granville transitioned into a more lighthearted role that would define her teenage years, Nancy Drew. From 1938 to 1939, she starred in 4 films as the teen sleuth, captivating young audiences with her wit and fearless nature. Despite her popularity by the early 1940s, as she transitioned into adult roles, her film career began to stall. The opportunities offered to her lacked the complexity and screen time she had once enjoyed as a child. Rather than fight a losing battle in a rapidly evolving post-war Hollywood, Bonita pivoted to a different path. In 1947, she married oil magnate and producer Jack Rather. The couple formed the Rather Corporation, which would go on to control major entertainment assets, including the Lassie television series. Granville became an executive producer, playing a pivotal role behind the scenes rather than in
I'll be back. I gotta brush my teeth.
Under
There's so
her
much
and her
oatmeal in
husband's
it, and I
leadership,
just.
Lassie became a cultural institution, running from 1954 to 1973. Granville largely disappeared from the public eye in the 1960s, devoting her time to business, philanthropy, and preserving her family's legacy. She was instrumental in the development of Disneyland's Disneyland Hotel through the Rather Corporation, further embedding her mark in American popular culture. Bonita Granville died of cancer in 1988 at the age of 65. While she had long stepped away from acting, her influence continued through her work as a producer and advocate for the entertainment industry. And Gillis.
I'd like to take a talk with Banger.
Can I see her?
She locked herself up in her room, and she's crying like anything.
And Gillis was born in 1927 and began acting in films as a young child in the early 1930s. Her big break came when she was cast as the title character in Little Orphan Annie, 1938, a role that made her one of the better-known child actors of the late Depression era. Unlike many of her peers who specialized in cute or comic relief, Gillis often portrayed headstrong, sassy, and mature children, standing out in a genre that frequently prized innocence and charm above all. Her performance as Annie displayed a rare mix of vulnerability and toughness, drawing critical praise and public affection. She followed that with supporting roles in movies like The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, 1938, and The Blue Bird, 1940, in which she acted alongside Shirley Temple. Gillis's maturity as an actress was noted, but as she entered adolescence, the roles became fewer and farther between. Like many child stars, she struggled to make the leap to teenage and adult roles in a system that often discarded child talent once they aged out of their signature looks. By the early 1940s, her film career had slowed dramatically. She married and moved to England, effectively removing herself from the Hollywood spotlight entirely. While in Britain, she occasionally worked in television and even appeared in Stanley Kubrick's 2001, A A Space Odyssey, 1968, in a small voice role, a curious footnote in an otherwise quiet post-Hollywood life. Unlike other former child stars who chased fading fame or fell into scandal, Gillis chose a life of anonymity and contentment. She focused on her personal life, reportedly enjoying her privacy and rarely giving interviews about her time in Hollywood. Despite her early fame, she never returned to the American entertainment scene and remained largely unknown to newer generations. And Gillis passed away in 2018 at the age of 90, her death largely unnoticed by mainstream media. Yet to film historians and fans of classic cinema, her brief but potent career remains a reminder of the many child stars who burned bright and chose to leave the stage before the lights dimmed. Dickie Moore.
Right? I go on, I saw the tree. Yes. You see, I was letting go in and mining off.
Dickie Moore was one of the most prolific child actors of the 1930s, with a filmography that included more than 100 roles before he even reached adulthood. Born John Richard Moore Jr. in Los Angeles in 1925, Dickie began acting before the age of 1 and quickly became a staple of Hollywood's golden age. His cherubic features and mature screen presence made him a favorite among directors and audiences alike. Moore appeared in a wide array of films, from literary adaptations to romantic dramas, sharing the screen with top stars such as Spencer Tracy, Marlene Dietrich, and Paul Muni. One of his most notable moments came in 1942 when he delivered Shirley Temple her first on-screen kiss in the film Miss Annie Rooney. This memorable scene marked a symbolic transition for both stars, highlighting the delicate shift from child roles to adolescent characters. Yet, unlike Temple, who retired early with her legacy intact, Moore faced a different trajectory. As Moore matured, the roles began to dwindle. Like many child actors, he struggled to be taken seriously in adult parts, though he managed to secure a few more mature roles, including in Out of the Past, 1947, one of the most iconic films noir of the era. His career began to fade into obscurity. By the 1950s, he had all but vanished from Hollywood screens. Rather than clinging to fame, Moore made a decisive break from the film industry. He attended college and transitioned into a career in public relations, founding a successful PR firm that catered to a range of corporate and entertainment clients. His first-hand experience with the spotlight gave him unique insight into managing public image and media relations, skills he used to build a second, stable career far from the cameras. In his later years, Moore became a thoughtful chronicler of Hollywood's past. In 1984, he published Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, a memoir that offered an unflinching look at the emotional and psychological cost of childhood fame. The book combined his own story with interviews from other former child stars, including Jane Withers and Margaret O'Brien, providing one of the most comprehensive and honest accounts of life as a child in the studio system. Moore was also active in promoting the well-being of child actors, advocating for greater protections, and speaking candidly about the long-term effects of early fame. His perspective was balanced, not bitter, but certainly sobering. He remained married to actress Jane Powell until his death in 2015 at the age of 89. Billy Lee.
How do you do, Mrs. Price? How do you do? But I never would have guessed it. And look at the size of him.
Billy Lee was one of the most promising musical child stars of the 1930s, admired for his dynamic energy
I am
and
back.
charming screen
I'm
presence.
getting my coffee
Born in
to go
1929
get
in
more
Indiana,
coffee because I
he
like
began
coffee.
performing at an incredibly young age. He was a talented singer and dancer who became a frequent figure in musical comedies, often cast alongside big-name performers of the era. His breakout came with the big broadcast of 1938, where he performed alongside the legendary W.C. Fields and Bob Hope. The film featured the hit song, Thanks for the Memory, and Lee's participation gave him a place in one of the decade's most beloved films. throughout the late 1930s and early 1940s, Billy appeared in a variety of films, often as the endearing sidekick or comic relief. He also voiced characters in animated productions and played musical instruments on screen, showcasing a versatility that was rare even among Hollywood's most heavily promoted child stars. At the peak of his career, Lee was seen as a rising competitor to fellow juvenile performers like Mickey Rooney and Jackie Cooper. But by the time he reached adolescence, the industry had lost interest. As Lee aged out of the cute child archetype, film offers dwindled. He made uncredited appearances in minor roles until the early 1940s. Unlike some of his contemporaries who tried desperately to recapture the spotlight or reinvent themselves, Billy Lee stepped away entirely. He faded into a life of near total anonymity, rarely giving interviews or participating in public retrospectives. His later years remain largely undocumented, a rarity in the age of nostalgia-driven documentaries and classic film revivals. There is no known memoir, autobiography, or comprehensive interview from Billy Lee after his Hollywood years. He died in 1989
I got more coffee.
at the age of 60. Mary Badham.
I hope it makes my teeth feel less in pain.
Somebody grab me. Knock me down on the ground.
Mary Badham became an overnight sensation with her portrayal of Scout Finch in the 1962 adaptation of To Kill a Mockingbird. Just 10 years old at the time, she earned an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actress, making her one of the youngest performers ever recognized by the Academy. Her naturalistic performance, full of curiosity and moral clarity, captivated critics and audiences alike. It was a stunning debut that positioned her as a promising talent with a potentially bright future in film. Born in Birmingham, Alabama, Mary had no prior acting experience when she was cast in Mockingbird. Director Robert Mulligan and producer Alan J. Pakula chose her specifically because she lacked the polished training of typical child actors. Her performance opposite Gregory Peck, who played her father Atticus Finch, remains one of the most beloved child roles in American cinema history. The chemistry between Badham and Peck was so genuine that they remained close until his death in 2003. Despite the acclaim, Badham's career did not follow the traditional Hollywood trajectory. After a handful of roles in film and television, including This Property is Condemned, 1966, and an episode of The Twilight Zone, she left acting altogether by her teenage years. She later explained that the Hollywood lifestyle simply did not appeal to her and that she preferred a quieter, more grounded existence. As an adult, Mary pursued a career in art restoration and education, far removed from the film industry that had once thrust her into the global spotlight. For decades, she resisted invitations to return to acting, choosing instead to focus on her family and private life. In 2005, however, she made a rare exception by accepting a cameo in the independent film Our Very Own, marking her first screen appearance in nearly 40 years. In later years, Badham embraced her unique place in cinematic history. She began attending film festivals, speaking on panels, and advocating for the themes of racial justice and empathy embodied in To Kill a Mockingbird. She has used her early fame not to relaunch a career, but to honor the legacy of a film that still resonates with audiences today. Peggy and Garner.
Maybe you could let me have a baby someday. It could be a boy.
Peggy and Garner was once considered one of the most promising child actresses of the 1940s. She rose to stardom with her powerful and poignant performance in A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, 1945, a role that earned her the Academy Juvenile Award. Born in Canton, Ohio, in 1932, Peggy began her career in modeling and quickly transitioned into film. Before her major breakout, she had minor roles in several notable movies, including Jane Eyre, 1943, and The Pied Piper, 1942. However, it was her nuanced acting in A Tree Grows in Brooklyn that solidified her legacy. Despite the success and accolades she received as a child, Peggy found the transition into adult roles incredibly challenging. Like many child stars, she was pigeonholed by her early screen image and had difficulty being accepted as a mature actress. Studios struggled to cast her in roles that matched her evolving appearance and persona. She made appearances in television and B-movies throughout the 1950s and 1960s, including guest spots on popular shows like Studio One, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, and 77 Sunset Strip, but none recaptured the glory of her early years. Her personal life also encountered difficulties. She was married and divorced twice and had one child. Financial instability and the lack of steady acting opportunities contributed to a life far removed from the promise of her childhood fame. Despite her struggles, Garner remained active in the arts, even working in regional theater and behind the scenes as an acting coach later in life. In the 1980s, her health began to deteriorate. She was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and passed away in 1984 at the young age of 52. Her death marked the end of a bittersweet journey that began in the limelight and ended in quiet obscurity. Today, Peggy Ann Garner is remembered not only for her heartbreaking performance as Francie, but also as a cautionary example of how Hollywood often fails to nurture the long-term careers of its youngest talents. If this glimpse into forgotten childhood fame intrigued you, like and subscribe for more stories from Hollywood's golden past. Who would you like us to cover next?
People yard because it's their passion and their job. We're professional grade controllers of chaos. That's why we trust our livelihood to the best in class power of Echo X series. We are yarders.
Transform your water and live hydrated. Tear, pour, live more with Liquid IV.
Did you know that even the brightest stars of Hollywood's golden age sometimes met the darkest and most unexpected ends? Some of these deaths remain shrouded in mystery. Others were tragic accidents or chilling reminders of fame's hidden toll. These are the true stories of shocking ways celebrities lost their lives. Virginia Rapp. Virginia Rappa's name is forever tied to one of Hollywood's earliest and most controversial scandals. Born in 1891 in Chicago, she began her career as a model before transitioning into silent films. Known for her beauty and vivacious presence, Rapp had roles in several films during the 1910s and early 1920s, often playing the part of the sophisticated, independent woman. By 1921, she had appeared in a few movies and was gaining recognition in Hollywood. In September of that year, she attended a party at the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco, hosted by comedy star Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle. Just days later, she died at age 26. The official cause of death was a ruptured bladder leading to peritonitis, but the media immediately sensationalized the event. Arbuckle was accused of raping and fatally injuring her, sparking 3 trials. The first 2 ended in hung juries. The third acquitted him with an apology from the jury, but his career never recovered. Contemporary doctors and witnesses presented conflicting information. Some said Rappe had a history of bladder issues, perhaps aggravated by alcohol and stress at the party. Others speculated about an illegal abortion or other health complications. No definitive cause beyond the medical findings was ever established. Her death fueled a media firestorm that painted her as both victim and femme fatale, depending on the publication. It became a catalyst for the moral backlash against Hollywood excess, contributing to the creation of the Hays Code, which would govern film content for decades. Virginia Rappa's story is not just about scandal, but about how a young woman's death was used to serve agendas, both personal and political. Her name has been etched into history not for her work, but for a tragedy steeped in controversy, misinformation, and the power of public perception. Peg Ann Twistle. towering Hollywood sign is an enduring symbol of dreams, but for Peg Entwistle, it became a monument to despair. Born Millicent Lillian Entwistle in 1908 in Port Talbot, Wales, she moved to the U.S. as a child and was raised in New York City. There, she trained at the Theater Guild and quickly made a name for herself on Broadway. Peg acted alongside future stars like Humphrey Bogart and gained critical acclaim for her performances. In 1932, she moved to Los Angeles with hopes of translating her stage success to film. She landed a role in the RKO film 13 Women, but most of her scenes were cut. Disheartened by professional setbacks and reportedly suffering from depression, Peg hiked up to the Hollywoodland sign one night and climbed the 50-foot-tall H. She jumped to her death, her body discovered by a hiker days later. She left a brief last note in her purse that read, "I am afraid I am a coward. I am sorry for everything. If I had done this a long time ago, it would have saved a lot of pain." Heartbreakingly, a letter offering her a film role reportedly arrived the day after her death. The press sensationalized the story, and her death became an eerie legend. Some even claim her ghost haunts the area around the sign. Yet Peg's life was more than a tragic ending. She was a trained, accomplished actress whose career was just beginning. Her death highlights the emotional toll that rejection and isolation can take in an industry built on image and perception. Today, Peg Entwistle remains a haunting reminder of how quickly Hollywood's promise can give way to profound despair. Olive Thomas. Olive Thomas was one of the most captivating figures of early Hollywood. Born in Pennsylvania in 1894, she began working as an artist's model and won the title of the most beautiful girl in New York City. Her beauty and charisma caught the attention of Florenz Ziegfeld, who made her one of his Ziegfeld Follies girls. From there, she transitioned to silent films, where she quickly became a favorite with audiences. Thomas starred in a number of successful films, including Beatrice Fairfax, 1916, and The Flapper, 1920, where she helped popularize the image of the modern, independent woman. She was also known for her playful, spirited personality, which made her popular both on and off screen. In 1920, she traveled to Paris with her husband, Jack Pickford. The couple had a passionate but tumultuous relationship, marred by substance abuse and frequent arguments. One night at the Hotel Ritz, Olive accidentally ingested a lethal amount of mercury bichloride, a corrosive treatment prescribed to Jack for his syphilis. She died 5 days later at the age of 25. Her death was ruled accidental, but rumors of self-infliction and even murder circulated, exacerbated by the couple's troubled history and the mystery surrounding the incident. The press ran wild with speculation, with headlines focusing more on scandal than fact. Despite the rumors, there's no evidence to suggest foul play. Olive had reportedly mistaken the medication for something else in the dark. She was rushed to the hospital, and during moments of lucidity, insisted it was an accident. Her tragic end shocked the public and marked one of the first major celebrity scandals. It also cemented Olive Thomas as one of Hollywood's first tabloid figures. Thelma Todd.
Certainly, officer.
What's the name?
Thelma Todd.
Known as the Ice Cream Blonde, Thelma Todd was one of the brightest comedic stars of the early 1930s. Born in Lawrence, Massachusetts in 1906, she initially pursued a career as a school teacher, but was discovered after winning a beauty pageant. She transitioned into film and quickly became known for her comedic timing, elegance, and vibrant screen presence. Todd appeared in over 100 films, often starring alongside legends like the Marx Brothers and Laurel and Hardy. In addition to her film success, Todd was a savvy businesswoman. She opened Thelma Todd's Sidewalk Cafe in Pacific Palisades, which became a hotspot for Hollywood celebrities. Despite her fame and success, her personal life was turbulent. She was entangled in a complicated relationship with director Roland West and reportedly received threats from organized crime figures who wanted to use her cafe as a front for illegal gambling. In December 1935, Todd was found dead in her car, which was parked in the garage of the residence belonging to Roland West and his wife. The cause of death was officially ruled as carbon monoxide poisoning. However, the circumstances sparked intense speculation. Some believed she was murdered, possibly for resisting pressure from mobsters. Others speculated self-infliction, though her recent business success and social calendar seemed to contradict that idea. There were bruises on her body and reports of a party the night before, but no conclusive evidence of foul play ever emerged. Roland West claimed she accidentally locked herself in the garage while trying to sleep off a hangover, but that theory has been widely questioned. Her sudden and mysterious death at the age of 29 left Hollywood and the public stunned. Thelma Todd's legacy is that of a woman who combined beauty, brains, and business acumen. She broke barriers for comedic actresses and left behind a filmography that continues to be celebrated. Despite decades of speculation, the exact circumstances of her death remain unresolved. Ramon Navarro. Ramon Navarro was a matinee idol of the silent and early sound film eras, celebrated for his handsome looks, charismatic screen presence, and diverse talent. Born Jose Ramon Gil Samaniego in Durango, Mexico, in 1899, he immigrated to the United States with his family following the Mexican Revolution. He began working in Hollywood in minor roles and gradually gained recognition for his acting and singing abilities. Navarro rose to fame in the 1920s, becoming MGM's answer to Rudolph Valentino. His breakout role came in the 1925 epic Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, where he portrayed the title character with depth and intensity. He continued to enjoy success through the early 1930s, appearing in films such as Mata Hari, 1931, and The Barbarian, 1933. However, like many silent era stars, Navarro struggled to maintain his stardom in the evolving film industry. He was also a deeply private man, in a time when being openly gay could end a career. As his film opportunities dwindled, he lived a quieter life, maintaining close friendships and working occasionally in television and voice acting. In October 1968, Navarro was found murdered in his Los Angeles home. He had been brutally beaten to death with a metal object. The culprits were two brothers, Paul and Tom Ferguson, whom Navarro had invited to his home. Believing he had a large sum of money hidden, the brothers tortured him to reveal its location. There was no money. The crime shocked Hollywood and the public. Newspapers sensationalized his sexuality and private life, often overshadowing the horrific nature of the crime. The Ferguson brothers were arrested and later convicted of murder, receiving lengthy prison sentences. Ramon Navarro's death became a symbol of the dangers faced by LGBTQ individuals living in secrecy during that era. His tragic end also underscored the vulnerability of aging stars, many of whom lived alone and were perceived as easy targets. Today, Navarro is remembered not just for his tragic death, but for his achievements in film and his quiet dignity in a difficult time. Albert Decker.
No, you have the passports destroyed before they get here. You will only be Harper's word against ours. I think I will give the police a call myself.
Albert Decker was a successful character actor and politician, remembered for his commanding presence in films such as Dr. Cyclops, 1940, The Killers, 1946, and Kiss Me Deadly, 1955. Born in Brooklyn, New York in 1905, Decker began his career on the stage before transitioning to film in the 1930s. He was known for playing villains and morally complex characters, earning respect for his versatile talent. In addition to acting, Decker was politically active. He served a term in the California State Assembly in the 1940s, where he was known for his progressive views and outspoken criticism of the House.
The biggest thing for me is reliability, somebody that stays on their word. When they tell you they're going to do something, they're going to do it.
Nexstar Free and TikTok provides 30 days of high-speed protection.
House Un-American Activities Committee. His political stance cost him roles during the height of the Red Scare, but he eventually returned to the screen in the 1950s. Despite his achievements, Decker's life ended in a bizarre and deeply unsettling manner. In May 1968, his fiancée discovered his body in the bathroom of his Hollywood home. He was found naked, kneeling in a bathtub, with a noose around his neck and his wrists handcuffed. His body was covered in crude, obscene words written in red lipstick. Photographic equipment and props were also found nearby. The coroner ruled his death accidental, the result of autoerotic asphyxiation, a practice involving oxygen deprivation for sexual arousal. However, the nature of the scene raised questions and prompted widespread speculation. Some believed it might have been foul play, staged to look like an accident, but no evidence of a struggle or forced entry was found. The sensational nature of Decker's death overshadowed his legacy, turning a respected actor and public servant into tabloid fodder. Hollywood, already accustomed to scandal, found the circumstances shocking even by its standards. Friends and colleagues were stunned by the incident, and while some accepted the coroner's findings, others remained skeptical. Regardless of the circumstances, Decker's death highlighted how easily public fascination with mystery and scandal can eclipse a person's lifetime of work. His untimely and mysterious death is a sobering footnote to a career that, while successful, ended in silence and confusion. Lupe Velez.
Hello? Where's the police station? Oh, wait a minute.
Lupe Velez, often called the Mexican Spitfire, was a trailblazing Latina actress whose fiery personality and comedic talent made her a standout star of the 1930s and early 1940s. Born Maria Guadalupe Villalobos Velez in San Luis Potosí, Mexico, in 1908, she came to the United States in her teens and began her career in vaudeville and Mexican theater before transitioning to film. She made her film debut in The Gaucho, 1927, opposite Douglas Fairbanks, and quickly gained attention for her dynamic presence. Velez's unique blend of humor, sensuality, and strong screen presence helped her succeed in Hollywood at a time when roles for Hispanic women were limited and often stereotyped. She starred in the popular Mexican Spitfire series, which showcased her talent for physical comedy and her ability to dominate the screen. Despite her success, Velez's personal life was tumultuous. She had high-profile romances with actors including Gary Cooper and Johnny Weissmuller. These relationships were often marked by intense passion and public drama. As her career began to wane in the early 1940s, Velez struggled with feelings of isolation and fading fame. In December 1944, at the age of 36, she died from an overdose of Seconal sleeping pills. Officially ruled self-inflicted, Velez reportedly planned her death meticulously, even laying out her clothes and surrounding herself with flowers. She left a note expressing her despair over a failed relationship and the stigma of being pregnant out of wedlock. Her death became the subject of sensational urban legends, particularly a false rumor that she died by drowning in a toilet. This cruel myth, though debunked, persisted in popular culture and overshadowed her career for years. Lupe Velez deserves to be remembered for more than the scandal surrounding her death. She was a pioneering actress who broke barriers for Latino women in Hollywood and commanded attention with every performance. Her story is one of incredible talent, passion, and the emotional toll of a public life lived under intense scrutiny. Her death, though tragic, prompted discussions about mental health and the pressures placed on women in the film industry. George Reeves.
What you whispered was so private, I don't even think you wanted me to hear it.
George Reeves, best known for portraying Superman in the 1950s television series Adventures of Superman, was a symbol of hope and strength to a generation of viewers. Born George Kiefer Brewer in 1914 in Iowa, Reeves grew up in California and began his acting career in the late 1930s. His early roles included a part in the epic Gone with the Wind, 1939, where he played one of the Tarleton twins. Throughout the 1940s, Reeves acted in a variety of films and served in the U.S. Army during World War II, making training films for the military. However, it was his casting as Superman in 1951 that catapulted him to national fame. The show became a hit, especially among children, and Reeves found himself typecast as the iconic superhero. While his public image was one of invincibility, Reeves privately struggled with being confined to one role. He longed to be recognized as a serious actor, but the shadow of Superman loomed over his career. Offers for film roles dwindled, and he became frustrated with the lack of professional opportunities. He also faced personal difficulties, including a broken engagement and declining health. In June 1959, Reeves was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head in the bedroom of his Benedict Canyon home. He was 45 years old. The official ruling was self-inflicted, but the circumstances surrounding his death immediately sparked controversy. Several people were in the house at the time, including his fiancée, Leonore Lemon, and their accounts were inconsistent. Speculation arose that Reeves may have been murdered, possibly connected to his prior relationship with Toni Mannix, the wife of powerful MGM executive Eddie Mannix. Some theorized that the self-infliction scene was staged, or that foul play was covered up to protect influential interests. However, no conclusive evidence ever surfaced, and the case remains officially closed. George Reeves' death is one of Hollywood's most enduring mysteries. It highlights the immense pressure that public figures face and the psychological toll of fame. Despite his tragic end, Reeves left behind a legacy as a beloved cultural icon. Carol Landis.
Of course, I realize everything you've done for me, but life is so uncertain nowadays.
Carol Landis was a glamorous actress of the 1940s, celebrated for her roles in comedies and musicals, as well as for her efforts entertaining American troops during World War II. Born Frances Lillian Mary Ridstay in 1919 in Wisconsin, she began working as a model and chorus girl before landing film roles in the late 1930s. Her breakthrough came with the film 1 Million BC, 1940, which established her as a Hollywood bombshell. Known for her beauty, Landis was equally admired for her kindness and sense of duty. During the war, she was one of the most active stars in the USO, traveling to Europe and the South Pacific to perform for soldiers and boost morale. She was nicknamed the Blonde Bombshell and the Ping Girl, and she published a book about her wartime experiences, 4 Jills in a Jeep, which was later turned into a film. Despite her professional success, Landis's personal life was troubled. She suffered from chronic depression and endured a string of failed marriages and turbulent relationships. One of the most significant was her affair with actor Rex Harrison, who was married at the time. Landis hoped he would leave his wife for her, but when he refused to do so, it left her devastated. In July 1948, Carol Landis was found dead at her home in Pacific Palisades from an overdose of Seconal sleeping pills. She was just 29 years old. The official ruling was self-inflicted. She left behind a note addressed to her mother, and it was widely believed that her emotional distress over the relationship with Harrison was a major contributing factor. Her death was widely reported, but the involvement of a married, prominent actor led to speculation that parts of the story were hushed up to protect reputations. Rex Harrison, who discovered her body, delayed calling the authorities, leading to further rumors and media scrutiny. Carol Landis's tragic end reflected the emotional cost of fame and the vulnerability of even the most outwardly glamorous stars. Today, she is remembered for her charm, her dedication to the troops, and a career that promised even more than it had time to deliver. Robert Walker.
I'm all right. A little overworked maybe, but I'm all right.
Robert Walker was a talented and versatile actor, best remembered for his chilling performance as the charismatic villain Bruno Antony in Alfred Hitchcock's thriller Strangers on a Train, 1951. Born in Salt Lake City, Utah in 1918, Walker studied acting at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City and began his career in radio before transitioning to film in the early 1940s. He quickly gained attention for his boy-next-door charm and sensitive portrayals, particularly in films such as Baton, 1943, and Since You Went Away, 1944, which co-starred his then wife, actress Jennifer Jones. Their marriage, however, was strained and ultimately ended in divorce when Jones became involved with producer David O. Selznick. The public nature of the breakup and the loss of his family caused Walker immense emotional distress. Despite personal setbacks, Walker's talent was undeniable. He continued to act in major films, and his role in Strangers on a Train was hailed as a career-defining performance. However, beneath the surface, Walker battled significant mental health challenges, including anxiety and depression. He also struggled with alcoholism, which exacerbated his condition and complicated his professional life. In August 1951, following an emotional episode, Walker's housekeeper and psychiatrist arranged for a doctor to sedate him. He was administered amobarbital, a barbiturate intended to calm him. Tragically, Walker reacted poorly to the medication and died shortly after. He He was just 32 years old. The official cause of death was an adverse reaction to the drug, possibly combined with alcohol in his system. His untimely death shocked Hollywood. Walker had shown signs of recovery and was in the midst of planning future projects. His final performance in Strangers on a Train was released posthumously to great acclaim, and he was praised for his ability to portray complex psychological characters. Though his career was brief, he made a lasting impression on audiences and critics alike. Today, he is remembered not just for his memorable roles, but for the silent struggles he faced behind the scenes. Marie Prevost.
There's one of the finest little weenies that ever graced a paper plate.
Marie Prevost was a Canadian-born actress whose career spanned the silent and early sound film era.